Line and Michael Kehoe, the chief of police, that you were requesting maintenance work orders by the principal or designee showing the date of completion of the repairs, together timestamps showing the job completion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The documents speak for themselves.
Okay. And did you ever receive copies of the signed work orders signed by the principal or designee showing the date of completion of the repairs, together with the timestamp showing the job completion?
I have not.
Okay. Did you receive any work orders at all from the town?
I received work orders yesterday at a meeting with Monty Frank here, in which he supplied us work orders.
Okay. And again, if I may give the original to you, Commissioner, and a copy to the opposing counsel.
I haven't seen it yet.
Ms. Halbig, would these be?
Hold on. These appear to be a
or that Mr. Halbig reviewed yesterday. As the commissioner will see when he looks at them if they're entered, none of them are signed. I think we can stipulate to that. And the request specifically asks for signed work orders and
because as we informed council, the documents that they seek with a sign-off by the principal or designee just don't exist.
So as far as these, do you have a copy of what you had turned over to them?
I do. I brought everything that we turned over to them.
So do you want this to be put on the record, or would you rather have more full representation of what you turned over to the record?
For purposes of her examination, she can do what she wants. I think the record will show that we fully complied with the book.
Okay, well, we put this on the record.
But for purposes of identifying that this is just a portion of what they're only putting in a portion of what was turned over.
I have the original and 2 copies for the commissioner. And I'll hand them to me. Patient Brown.
Before you can say, let's just catch up on which exhibits we're in.
So this is going to be my complaint exhibit B.
Pardon me, it's for B. B. Approximately, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. We appreciate your preparation, but we only have one doc speak, so maybe back to you.
Okay, very good.
If you have an extra, okay.
It's for B. Your me was from Frank. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Halbig, did you have an opportunity to review what's been marked as complainant's B?
Since we only received them yesterday for the first time, which I've requested these for over a year, and yesterday was the first time that I was allowed to see these documents. And there should have been no reason for those documents being withheld.
Objection, non-responsive.
I've reviewed the documents since I got them yesterday. Yes, I have.
Okay. And looking at complainant's Exhibit B, Mr. Halbig, do you see any signature by any of the principal, assistant principal, or designee showing the date of completion of the repairs?
No, if you look at the document at the bottom, it says the technician's name. It should be signed, dated.
Objection.
I'm just waiting what the document says.
Document is so.
Yeah, if they sign it.
They have not signed it, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Halbig, did you also request, by virtue of the FOIA request dated October 29, 2014, copies of all email correspondence from the school principal, Dawn Hawksfront, and her assistant, dating from May 1st, 2012 to December 13th of 2012, to the following district departments: Human Resources, Finance Department, Maintenance Department, Staff Development, Assistant School Principal, Assistant School Superintendent, School Superintendent, Food Services Provider, School District Transportation Provider, and Curriculum Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever receive any copies of any emails from school principal Dawn Hawksfront and/or her assistant school principal for that time period?
Not as of this date.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm turning my attention now to file FIC 2014-461. And this is basically the same drill as before.
Put on the record.
I would like the certified, not certified, pardon me, the FOIA request that accompanied the appeal for FIC 2014-461, dated April 25th, 2014, marked as complainant's Exhibit A. Thank you, Attorney Brown. All right, thank you, Commissioner Brown. All right, Mr. Halbig, in this request dated April 25th, 2014, which is now marked as complainant's Exhibit A, information regarding the Sandy Hook Elementary School security system, including the name and address of the contractor who installed the security system in operation at the school before December 14, 2012.
Yes, I did.
Did you ever receive any of that information from the town or the school board?
I received it from my attorney.
And what did you receive?
I received a document, a purchase order that was generated in the year 2007, 2008, showing the installation of a security system at Sandy Hook Elementary School, and that's not what I was looking for.
And was there any reason you had a belief that there was a newer security system that was at the school?
Yes, ma'am. The national news media, all major channels carried the story the next day of the incident. I have, if you provide the document.
If you're referring to a newscast are hearsay.
It's published.
Doesn't matter if it's published in the paper, if it's on a TV station, what's in the public media is not credible information.
Okay.
So the question was the state of mind and what led him to believe it, so it's not necessarily the truth of the matter asserted, it's what made him believe that there was such a thing.
And I'll also note as a further objection that request 1A is not a request for document.
Well, further on, there is on 1A, 1C, in that same section of the exhibit, which has been marked as Complainant A, dated April 25th, 2014. It says in C4, copy of the contract for installation of the security system in operation at the Sandy Hook Elementary School before December 14, 2012.
And that was provided.
Well, Mr. Halbig, did you get a copy of the contract for installation of the security system in operation at the Sandy Hook Elementary School before December 14, 2012?
I did not get a copy of the brand new security system that was installed based on.
Objection. It assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Okay, let's put it in evidence then.
Yeah, she asked the question that if he's gotten any, his answer was no, he did not.
The question assumes that there was a, quote, new security system there. And that fact has not been established.
So far, we're only going up.
And it's not part of what was asked.
So far, we're only going up in the 2008 installation. You'll have an opportunity
Understood.
to provide that.
First pass not yet.
Is there any objection?
There is. I don't know what it is. Your speaker say.
What is it?
Well, it is a republication of a letter from, ostensibly from Oxford, who is a school principal, in which she indicated that there was the district would be implementing a security system as part of their ongoing efforts to ensure student safety. The letter goes on to outline the procedure, and the letter was dated prior to December 14, 2012. I believe it was in the fall of 2012.
You think it's the letter you're putting in?
Well, it's a republished copy of the letter.
You say published, what are we talking about?
It is on Tribune Digital and the Current.
Both the news story,
Yes.
and your objection is that this is hearsay?
It is. And it also doesn't appear to be authentic.
Okay, we're gonna uphold the objection.
Okay. All right.
Let's go and get that back then.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to direct your attention to an unmarked exhibit, Mr. Halbig.
Hold on, Steve.
Same objection. It appears to be a
You're not
CNN
looking-
story.
You're not looking to put this into the record?
Not yet.
Steve?
Okay. Mr. Halbig, are you looking at what I've handed you, which is an unmarked exhibit at this time?
Yes,
Did you read this?
Yes, I did.
And did it in any way give you or any information or belief regarding the security system?
Well, as I introduced myself, I'm a national school safety consultant, and this,
The response is not, the answer is not responsive.
This, we don't have a
I'm
jury.
going to have an
this is a court
objection,
of law.
I'm going to have an objection to this, so.
Okay, she asked the question, you're giving us background and the question was relating to the fact.
well, it gave me concerns because as of that, it gave me concerns because it said that she installed a brand new security
Objection,
system.
hearsay.
The thing.
So, okay, well, then, is it that opposing counsel is denying that there was any security system installed at Sandy Hook before December 14, 2012?
I'm not a witness. This is your request.
Okay,
For some reason, you're under the assumption that we do not supply documents, and we complied entirely with the document request. To the extent that there are documents related to the security system, you have them.
okay, Mr. Halbig, we return to you. Mr. Halbig, in part of your request, which was also dated, and we're talking about FIC complaint number 2014-461, and what's been marked as complaint exhibit A. Point number 2 in that FOIA request, did you ask for a copy of the consent agenda and all supporting documents relating to a consent agenda for the Newtown School Board meeting of January 23rd, 2013?
I did.
Did you receive the supporting documents relating to that consent agenda?
I did not.
What would make you believe that there were any additional documents that you should have received?
Because on the board meeting, it should have shown a field trip for the Sandy Hook Elementary School Flyers onto the New Orleans Super Bowl, which they were performing on February the 3rd, 2013.
Okay, and did you see any such items marked in the agenda or in the consent agenda for the Newtown School Board meeting of January 23rd, 2013?
No, I did not.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the same FOIA request, which is dated April 25th, 2014. Item 3, did you ask the Newtown Police Department to provide copies of the Newtown dispatcher call log sheets for December 14, 2012 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
I did.
And did you also ask for copies of all communications for December 14, 2012 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. between the Newtown Police Department and the Connecticut State Police Trooper 1 helicopter?
I did.
Did you receive those?
No, I did not.
Okay. And referring to item 4 on that same FOIA request, did you also ask for the Newtown Police Department for copies of the dash cam video for Newtown Police Lieutenant Cinco for December 14, 2012 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
I did.
Did you receive that?
I got the views for the first time yesterday, but it was not time stamped and it did not have the actual running time, which I've never seen before as a former Florida State Trooper, that they operate cameras like that.
Did you also request in that same FOIA request a copy of the dash cam video for Newtown Police Officer Fagola for December 14, 2012 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
I did.
Did you receive that?
They said the document doesn't exist.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, now, Mr. Halbig, directing your attention to the same FOIA request dated April 25th, 2014, subparagraph 6. Did you ask for the town to provide the name and contact information of the environmental biohazardous waste removal company contracted by the town of Newtown for subdivision to conduct sanitation and cleanup on or after December 14, 2012 at the Sandy Hook Elementary School premises?
I made that request directly to the Newtown School Board because they would have been responsible for hiring that company to sanitize and remove all of the biohazards at the San Diego Elementary School.
Did you also ask for a copy of the contract in connection with that request?
I did,
Did you ever receive that?
not at this date.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the same FOIA request dated April 25th, 2014, subparagraph H. Did you request a copy of the sign-in block referred to on the traffic sign posted outside the Newtown Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14, 2012?
I did, I requested that to the police chief because he's in charge of the traffic. I did not.
You did not receive that.
I did not receive that request.
Okay. Okay. Directing your attention to that same FOIA request, Mr. Halbig, dated April 25th, 2014, which is now complainant's Exhibit A. Paragraph 7, you requested, it appears you requested the identity of the person who ordered the porta potties, which were referred to, which were ordered on December 14th, 2012, and a copy of the bill for installation for use of the porta potties referred to and ordered for use on December 14th, 2012. Did you ever receive that?
No, that's for today.
Okay. Your Honor, Attorney Brown, now would like to, I'm going to stop the opposing counsel's opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Halbig.
Any questions?
I have a couple of questions. Mr. Halbig, before yesterday, did you at any time inspect documents in the town of Newtown?
I have not.
Before yesterday, did you make any effort to go to the police department to review the dash cam videos that you referred to in your testimony?
I did not.
With respect to your document requests, you received responses from the town as to all those requests, didn't you?
No.
In other words, there were certain requests where you were informed that documents do not exist. You agree with that?
I was informed by you that the town is not in possession of those documents that I requested. I didn't request it from the town.
You answered my question.
I know, but
There are certain documents where you were informed by the town that those documents either are not in possession control of the town or they do not simply exist.
I didn't ask the town for the documents. Simple answer.
Who did you ask for the documents?
The school board. They're the custodian of records.
Let me rephrase the question.
Go ahead.
Is it a fact, sir, that in response to your request to the school board, you were informed that certain documents either are not in your possession or control or simply do not exist?
Not from the school board, but from you and the town.
And I represent the school board.
Well, you didn't write that in the letter. You said the town.
Yeah, we have right here.
So you copy it.
You're going to put this in the record?
You copy it.
I've been offering.
Okay. Up to you. Your decision for your cross.
I'd like to offer it as an exhibit.
you have any objections to this?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Beamer, such as funding exhibit one, function just for both documents, or?
It is. I know, this is for the earlier one, which is 461, yes. I'm sorry, that's respondents one.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Halbig, I'm showing you what's been marked as respondents exhibit one, which is a letter from me to your attorney, Paul Spinella, correct?
That's correct.
And it's dated June 9th, 2014.
That's correct.
All right, and I'm just going to read the first. Actually, why don't you read the first sentence?
You go ahead.
I'd like you to.
That's the read.
Ask you a question. If you can't read it, just let us know.
Okay. The name and address of the contractor who installed the security.
No, the first sentence. This firm represents.
Oh, this firm represents the Newtown Police Department, Board of Education, and First Selectman, collectively referred to herein as the town, in connection with the request dated April 25th, 2014, purportedly under the Connecticut Freedom of Information Act, on behalf of your client, Wolfgang Halbig. You submitted 3 substantially identical requests. The first address to the First Selectman, second address to the board, and the last address to the Newtown Police Department. All 3 town agencies received the request on April 28, 2014.
Go ahead. Next sentence.
The town responds to your request as follows.
Okay, and you agree then that the town is defined as the Newtown Police Department, the Board of Ed, and the First Selectman. First sentence, right?
Well, I would disagree.
It says, sir, the firm represents the Newtown Police Department, Board of Education, and First Selectman, collectively referred to herein as the town.
Yeah, but that's what you're doing it to control the documents. I'm going to the
Did I read that
custodial
correctly?
records.
Did I read that correctly?
I read it, but I'm
All right,
asking the school board.
Here's my question. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, absolutely.
And if I direct your attention then to number 7 as an example. So what you're requesting here are porta potties ordered from Chatfield Porta Potties of Southbury, Connecticut on December 14, 2012, which is the day of the shooting.
Incident.
Right?
Correct.
So you're asking for porta potties, records of porta potties ordered on that date. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the town responded to you that does not have responsive documents.
But that can't be true.
But that's how the town responded.
Well, that's great, but I'm not.
Please answer my question. Is that how the town responded?
That's how you responded.
And you're here today, so you just don't believe it. Is that right?
I'm not getting it in the right end. I don't believe it.
Okay. And if I turn to the last one, number 8, you testified that you did not receive a copy of the sign-on log referred to on a traffic sign posted outside the Newtown Brook Elementary School on December 14, 2012, right? And the town responded that it does not have that document, right? Is that what it says?
But you have nothing. You don't have any documents. I mean,
Isn't that what it says? That's my question. Isn't that what it says? The town does not have responsive documents.
absolutely, but you have documents from nobody.
And you just don't believe that, right?
I don't believe you. I don't trust you.
Excuse me,
Don't do this, guys.
there can be no such disruption during this hearing. If that does occur again, the commissioner has the ability to clear the room. Thank you.
So, Mr. Halbig, you're here today because you do not believe that the town has porta potty records or responses in connection with the signage. Is that right?
No, I believe the
Not-
school
not-
board,
that's my
I
question.
believe the school, I want this on the record, I want to believe the school board has the records. They have school board policies, they're required to show the expenditure, taxpayer dollars.
You have it.
That is outside of FOIA. what they're required of. So let's try and stay focused on the FOI.
I agree, but the custodian is not the custodian of records, even though he writes that in there.
Do you have any reason to believe that I was not responding on behalf of the Board of Education, the town of Newtown, and the Newtown Police Department?
I do not believe.
Bring your attention to the next appeal, which is yes, specifically in connection with copies of all emails to and from school principal Dawn Hawksprung and her assistant school principal. You see that?
Absolutely.
And there was an objection that was raised by the town in connection with that.
With every other question, yes.
And did you ever respond to that objection?
I did not. My attorney didn't respond to the objection.
You or your attorney respond to that
I
objection?
did not respond to the objection, even though I told him to respond. Obviously, he didn't follow my directions. That's why I fired him.
But neither you nor your attorney ever responded to that objection, correct?
Absolutely.
Do you know whether or not the Sandy Hook School had an assistant school principal during the period of your request?
I don't know. When you call, they don't tell you who it was.
Do you know whether or not the Sandy Hook School had an assistant school principal?
When I call, they don't tell me that. I don't know whether they had one or not.
You're asking for documents from an assistant school principal without knowledge of whether one existed at the school or not.
Well, there was one identified, the lady who was shot supposedly was the assistant principal.
And is it your understanding that was her title?
That's what they said in the news report.
Objection to that on hearsay grounds.
Well, Commissioner, may I address that? I didn't really get a chance to. Mr. Halbig is testifying regarding his understanding of events as they unfolded. And I think it should not be sustained because I think that he ought to be able to testify as to what he believes and thought at the time. At issue here is the sincerity and appropriateness of Mr. Halbig's request. His train of thought regarding this is very much at issue, so I respectfully request that you allow him to continue that testimony and allow that to remain on the record.
Okay. I just want to, this is the same, he's already labeled a lot of different other beliefs that he has, especially based on some of the documents that are turned in. So I'll give you some latitude on this. I have to give the way that his beliefs don't hold any credibility. There's no witness to stand. I'll give you that. That's one thing. I'll say I'll give you the opportunity, but his beliefs don't carry any weight as far as whether or not because he believes that there's a principle or not. Well, unless you have an objection, we'll continue this. But I can only give it the weight it's
Well, Your Honor will give it the way it deserves, according to your discretion. That is a better outcome than simply sustaining the objection and not allowing it to be on the record.
The fact of the matter is that he's relying on newspaper articles.
I addressed my comments to the Commissioner until I'm...
Which is classification.
okay. I'll if you want to keep that line of question.
I'll move on, it's okay. Draw your attention to the first request, copies of all maintenance work orders submitted by the school principal or designee of the school district for any repairs, new classroom doors, or painting from July 1, 2012 to December 13, 2012. I believe you testified that you reviewed those documents yesterday.
I did yesterday for the first time after a year of request.
And when were those documents first made available to you?
Yesterday.
All right. Isn't it a fact that they were made available to you more than 6 months ago?
Absolutely not.
Let's offer this, please, as respondents to.
Can we have,
I haven't seen it yet. Let me just, if I may, Commissioner. Um,
What's the question?
So we'll accept it.
Absolutely.
We've seen it before, Your Honor.
So that'll be marked as,
Full exhibit. All right. Halbig, I'm directing your attention to item number 1. And the response. Okay, so item number 1 is your request for maintenance work orders that are the subject of your appeal, correct?
That's true.
All right. And this is a letter from either your attorney dated September 3rd, 2000.
That's true.
Can you read the response to item 1, please, out loud for the record?
The firm represents Newtown Police
No, the
Department.
response to item number 1.
Oh, non-privileged and non-exempt documents will be produced. Once received, the check made payable to the town of Newtown in the amount of $22.50, 50 cents per page as provided under FOIA.
Did you ever provide a check to the town of Newtown in the amount of $22.50?
I was not going to.
Did you ever provide a check?
I was not going to.
Here's my question.
No, I did not.
Did you ever make arrangements before yesterday to come view the documents at town hall?
I made arrangements through my attorney a long time ago to come and inspect. Matter of fact, on May the 6th, I was scheduled to come and inspect the records at the Newtown School Board offices.
With respect to this document, the maintenance work orders, did you ever make arrangements to come view the documents that are the subject of your request prior to yesterday?
Yes, on May the 6th.
All right, do you have any documents to support that?
Yes, I do. I'll provide, because I have to provide it. I do have it.
May 6, 2015.
May 6, 2014, when I appeared before the school board requesting the release of documents which they refused.
In response to the September 3rd, 2014 letter that's before you, and yesterday, that time period specifically, did you make any arrangements to come to town to inspect the documents or provide a check for $22.50, in which case the documents would have been provided to you?
No.
And specifically as to, turning to item number 2, copies of all emails that we referred to previously. The response with the objection is the objection that you testified to earlier, your attorney never responded, correct?
Come again?
The objection to item number 2, that's the objection that you testified to earlier today, your attorney never responded.
No, you've never responded.
And let me break this up. This letter is dated September 3rd, 2014, correct?
Correct.
In response to item number 2, there is an objection. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And neither you nor your attorney ever responded to that objection.
But that's why it's an appeal.
Before taking the appeal, you never responded to that objection.
That's why it's an appeal, because you never responded.
Before, please answer my question. Before taking the appeal, you never responded to that objection.
No, because you never got answers from me.
Please answer my question, yes or no.
No,
Did you respond
No.
to the objection prior to taking the appeal?
our attorney never responded.
And after taking the appeal, have you ever addressed this objection? in
That
substance?
is I don't know, my attorney handled it.
Are you aware of your attorney ever addressing that objection?
He filed an appeal.
Other than the appeal?
No.
Nothing further.
May I? Mr. Halbig, how did you make arrangements to view the documents? We were just testifying to the work orders that were the subject of a FOIA request. I believe you testified that on May 6, 2014, you would try to schedule an opportunity to view those documents. Through what means of communication did you try to schedule that?
Excuse me, I think you need to be a lot more specific about that because the work orders that we're referring to weren't with the president until after May 2014.
Okay, then let me switch gears. Where's the time? Did you just put it here? Okay. So I'm referring now to Respondent Exhibit 2. Mr. Halbig, I'm going to direct your attention to the response under subsection 1 of that letter dated September 3rd, 2014, in which it indicated that non-privileged and non-exempt documents would be produced once they received a check for $22.50. Would that be, what, 45 pages?
Absolutely, we would not answer.
Okay.
Right.
Now, so that's 45 pages we're talking about. Now, when you went to view those documents yesterday, were there 45 pages?
It was way over 45 pages.
Okay. How many pages do you think there were, Mr. Halbig?
Over 100.
And what was the impetus for you to want to inspect those rather than receive cold copies?
Because the last time they sent me documents, there were documents that were not relevant to my request, and I had to pay for them. Or through my attorney's office, which I found out through Mr. Frank that he never paid him for those records. And you sent those records without me even paying them, without paying you. I can't believe you did that. That violates the FOIA laws. You send me documents and you complain that I didn't pay you. How is that even possible?
Okay, so Mr. Halbig, okay, that's okay, good. Now, Mr. Halbig, why do you believe that the documents that are referred to in FIC case 14461 concerning porta potties ordered from Chatfield Porta Potties in Southbury, Connecticut, on or before December 14, 2012. Why do you think that those copies of the bill for installation exist?
Because those porta potties were delivered to the school board property, and you can see them being staged on school board property. Therefore, the director of facility has to have knowledge, or he had to order those porta potties since it's on their property. One thing, school boards don't allow other things come on their property unless they order it or they're in control of it.
Okay. Yes.
Would you please, if you could clarify for the record, the 45 that were delivered onto the property, they were delivered on the date of the incident?
Yes, ma'am. Within 3 hours of the incident.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Halbig.
I had just one.
Oh, you have to follow up?
Yeah, I can real quickly. Mr. Halbig, I believe you testified that it's your understanding that your attorney never provided money for the prior documents that you received. Is that correct?
Well, I think, if I remember correctly, I got a message from you saying that I never paid for documents that you prepared.
The truth is that your attorney sent a check for $19, and once that check was received, your attorney received the package of documents.
I don't know. My attorney has $9,000 to take care of all this, and I shouldn't have got a memo from you saying I didn't pay my bill.
I'd like to. I'll clarify that it's Attorney Spinella, not Attorney Wilson.
But he sent an email after that day saying that I didn't pay for the record. I mean, that's for somebody to do. Well, he paid for one.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Okay. Well, we're not going to object to this.
no, we don't object to it, you know.
All right, so responding three.
Yeah.
Thank you. I proceed. Yes, thank you. Halbig, I'm showing you with my mark as Exhibit 3, response to the June 13th letter from your attorney, Paul Spinella, to me. Do you have that part?
Yes, I did.
All right. It says, in response to your letter, June 9, 2014, I enclosed our check for $19. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Do they reason believe that the check for $19 was not enclosed in this letter?
No, I believe you got it.
And in response to that payment, you received documents. Isn't that correct? I'd like to offer this, please, as response to Exhibit 4.
It's the paper. We brought the same thing.
Objection.
Essentially, it's the same package we have, Commissioner, we don't object.
All right, so we're dealing now with,
So what is it that we have now?
this is 461, first appeal.
Respondent 4?
Respondent 4, the full exhibit. And in this letter to your lawyer, it states the responsive documents are enclosed. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And there is a stack of documents attached, right?
Which are not relevant to what I was asking for. You send me documents that
There's a
are
stack of
relevant.
documents request.
Well, absolutely. You send me documents.
So if we turn the page to the third page. Following page, there are documents related to the security system, is that right?
I stated that earlier. I did get documents to the security system.
And on the next page is a revised agenda for January 23rd, 2013, right?
23rd?
January 23rd, 2013.
Right, but I got also one for January 24th, which is the same day.
Please answer my question. There's a revised agenda that's attached for
Yes,
January.
I cut it. Correct.
And that's what you asked for, isn't it?
No, I asked for consent agenda attachments that explain what's on the agenda. I mean, on the school board consent agenda. The school board has a consent agenda, and every board member gets attachments that explains what's on the agenda, what the issue is. That's what I wanted to see, which you did not provide.
And if you flip the page, the next page,
Yeah.
and the next page,
Go ahead.
and you keep going through the stack, Those are all attachments to the January 23rd agenda, aren't they?
No, they're for January 8th.
Those are minutes from the January meeting that was attached to the consent agenda. Isn't it?
Nope.
I think
That's not to my understanding.
if you look at the consent agenda, item 1, there are 3 bullet points. You see that? Listen, Mr. Halbig.
Gotcha.
The first bullet point says item 1 consent agenda. You see that? Sir, yes or no?
The consent agenda says minutes of December 17th. It says Newtown High School reading.
Stop you there. Minutes of December 17th, 2012. You see that?
I didn't ask for the minutes I did not ask for the minutes of December the 17th.
What you asked for, sir, are the documents that were provided to the Board of Education in connection with revised agenda.
For January 23rd.
Exactly. So bear with me and we'll just take you through this. Item number 1 is the consent agenda, right? Item number 1, I got January 23rd.
I'm here for you. Go ahead.
The first bullet point says minutes of December 17, 2012.
That's true.
All right, turn the
Next
page.
one. What's the next one
Turn
say?
the page. Turn the page.
Okay.
Those are minutes of the Board of Education from December 17, 2012, right?
Right, that's not what I asked for.
The next item,
January 8th.
and if you turn 2 pages back,
I didn't ask for January 8th, but you made me pay for it. Next page is what?
I think I made my point.
You asked for copies of all supporting documents, and those could be considered supporting documents.
They are the supporting documents.
Not, he understands how consent agenda works in public schools. I've been the school administrator. If there's one thing I know, is how we post consent agendas. And I'm looking for the support.
So, Mr. Halbig, what is it that you actually thought you were going to get when you asked for these documents?
But I was looking forward for January 23rd on the consent agenda. When the board approved that consent agenda 5-0, you should have seen field trips for 26 children going to the Super Bowl in New Orleans, which is an out-of-state field trip, which has to be approved by the principal, the superintendent, and the school board. Nowhere on any of those documents have I reviewed, can you find that field trip signed and approved. That's what I'm looking for. And it should be on the consent agenda. And the reason I say that, sir, is because if you look at the document that he just provided to me, you can actually see a field trip being approved on the consent agenda. Field trips are approved on consent agendas. You just cannot find the one that I'm looking for. And that's why I picked January the 23rd, because that's the last possible date for a field trip to be approved going to the Super Bowl out of state.
No.
Thank you.
I'd like to examine Mr. Halbig on one last point.
Okay.
Mr. Halbig, I'm directing you to a document that purports to be part of the board school rules. Where did we find this?
Well, the first thing I looked up is the school board policy, which I guess the town oversees. It's school board policy 8-407, which is a board policy, and it's
The question was, where do you find it? I think that's been answered.
school board policy.
And what does that policy say?
The policy says, and it describes that any performance by a musical group has to follow these procedures in order to be authorized on the field trip.
And what is that procedure?
The procedure is it has to be approved by the school principal. And first of all, his idea is the next step is the principal has to recommend that these 26 children from Sandy Hook are allowed to, remember, it's the Sandy Hook Elementary School Choir, that they're allowed to travel on this field trip to New Orleans to participate in the NFL Super Bowl singing pregame. The principal submits the field trip form to the superintendent. The superintendent has to approve it and send it to the school board to be placed on the agenda, consent agenda, for them to approve it, authorizing to leave out of state to perform.
I'm going to object to that testimony that characterizing the document is not in evidence. And I would offer.
Can you read it? Would you read it for the record?
No.
I mean,
First of all, I would like to put this into the record, Commissioner.
This is a copy of the policy.
This
Our
is,
policy.
this isn't, and if your owner wants to hold it until we get Mr. Viola.
I object to it. There are two reasons. One is it's possible for me to authenticate this document. Secondly, it's clearly not authentic because it refers to a date when it was adopted, and there's a picture underneath of the Sandy Hook Elementary School chorus at the Super Bowl, which we all know took place sometime in 2013.
You don't have a copy of the policy.
this is a policy, just got the picture wrong.
We'll just hold this.
How about, for sake of, we'll allow for ID purposes, so that the testimony.
I also question relevance.
We'll see what they do.
Please.
I look at the market and please, okay. This is supposed to be on the ID, for ID.
ID purposes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do this a little kind of, for 823, and then maybe it's supposed to be like that.
Yes, thank you. Governor, I have no further questions for Mr. Halbig.
This document's not just for ID.
Yes, it's ready for the time being.
But they ask any questions. You'll hold on to this. You'll follow up with this later.
Yes,
You have a good response?
yes. Newtown Police Chief Kehoe. Mr. Pino.
Mr. President, this is here.
One right here.
Sure.
This is a Pino. Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely affirm and say that the evidence shall be the case by the question shall be true, shall truth, and nothing but the truth, on the table and perjury?
I do.
Chief, your name for the record?
Michael, Kehoe, I'll spell the last name, K-E-H-O-E.
Good afternoon, Chief Kehoe. My name is Attorney Kay Wilson. I represent Mr. Halbig. I just have a few questions for you. Can you state your name and title for the record already? I was looking at some documents. So your title is Chief of Police of the Town of Newtown?
Yes,
Okay. How long have you been the police chief of the city of Newtown?
since 2001.
Okay. And did you take an oath on taking that job?
Yes,
Okay. Can you remind us of what that oath said?
follow the laws of the state of Connecticut, the Constitution of the United States of America.
Okay. Has anybody asked you not to discuss the incident of December 14, 2012?
Can you repeat the question?
Has anybody asked you not to discuss the incident of December 14, 2012?
No.
Okay. And so, what is a detailed call for service report?
That's certainly no question.
I'm asking you what a detailed call for service report is. I'm going to show you a document. And let me hand it first to your counsel and give a copy to you. Please give a copy, sir. And Mr. Halbig.
Thank you.
So you see the document that I've referred to, which has the title Detailed Call for Service Report. Chief Kehoe?
Yes,
Okay. So, have you ever seen a document like this before?
yes,
Is this an official police record?
yes.
And what is it purport to describe or to report?
It's a call for service report from 12 Dickinson Drive, Newtown, Connecticut. Dispatch time is 12/14/2012 at 093655. And among other information on this document.
I read that as 9:35, but you, where do you see that, sir? 093655? Let's see. Do you want to answer the question, sir?
I'm sorry, what I didn't.
The question was, what is the timestamp for this, or the time for the call that came in?
The dispatch time is 12/14/2012 at 093655.
Where do you see that on the document?
Below the call for service number, line,
Oh, I see, right here. Very good. Okay, and when did that call come in?
call came at 12/14/2012 at 9:35:43.
Okay, and what was the call type?
Unwanted person,
And what does that mean, sir?
Objection relevant.
Commissioner, I would submit that we're trying to figure out if this is an authentic document, if it purports to be what it actually is, if it's a relevant question because we're not sure that we've really gotten the documents that we've requested.
So the point is you're questioning the authenticity of the document that's provided?
Well, it purports to be a detailed call for service report for December 14, 2012. And it's on Newtown, and it says 911 caller, 12 Dickinson Drive. And Chief Kehoe has indicated that the call type was unwanted person. So I asked him, what does that mean?
okay. The generic term that we use from our CAD RMS system, which is a computer-aided dispatch records management system, indicating that this person has not been invited to this particular location.
Okay, thank you. Is there, Your Honor, I'd like to put this into the record.
I want to understand what
Does that,
it is.
does that clarify whether it's an authentic document or not?
Well, I'm not sure. I need further testimony.
So the claim, so
He testified
this
that
is
this
a
is an
document
official
that was
document.
provided in response to your request, right?
It's not a true document.
All right, so may I further want your witness, Your Honor, as to this document? Okay. So, I'm directing your attention to this 911 caller from 12 Dickinson Drive. What was the priority of this particular call?
This particular document says it's a medium priority.
Chief Kehoe, to your best understanding of this series of events and the calls that came into your station, isn't it true that the first caller on this day regarding the 12 Dickinson Drive incident at Sandy Hook in the town of Newtown was that there was a report of shots fired.
Objection.
Let's stick to the relative document at hand.
So it goes to the issue of whether it's just been doctored and whether it's
I think
the document that we requested.
You brought it, you're asking questions whether this is a relevant document. Now you're saying it's going to change.
We don't know.
Well, let's stay focused on the request.
Things that here, Mark was trying to suggest. How does your question get to that point?
I believe that a document which would have been the detailed call for service report concerning this particular incident would have been a high priority call type involving shots fired. The document we have been given through our FOIA requests indicates that it was a medium priority and that it was for an unwanted person. It calls into question whether or not we have in fact received the documents that we duly requested through the FOIA request process, which is upon appeal and we're directly at issue in this hearing.
I think we're starting to get to the real heart of this matter, which is that this isn't really about the document. It's about a belief that the events.
I'm going to object to that testimony by Attorney Frank. This is about the FOIA requests. The motivations behind Mr. Halbig is that he is a concerned citizen, a brave one at that, and that he is, he has, like any citizen of this country, has an opportunity through the Connecticut FOIA laws to request public, non-privileged, non-exempt documents.
And they've been provided.
We don't know that.
You have the document. You just don't believe it.
If you want to continue this document.
It's at odds with the facts as we know them. I'd still like to put this in for the commissioner's
The fact that we
consideration.
know is that 26 people were killed on Gulf.
Objection to the testimony of counsel.
You're giving testimony now.
Yeah.
Not sworn in to do so. I think that, question was whether you want this put into the record. Exhibit showing that.
I do not have an objection if it's being offered as a document that was used in response to FOIA.
For purposes of it being stipulated that this is a document that you received as a response to the FOIA report.
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you. Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, you do not. My apologies.
It's a list for.
He's got it.
You got it? Right, so,
I didn't quite hear yours.
This is 461. This is the
4, 6, yes, this would be, yes, this is relevant to FIC 2014 461, Attorney Brown. Thank you, yes. And Your Honor, Attorney Brown, you marked this exhibit? C? Yes. Okay, very good, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I can do another document for two copies for you and your counsel, Chief Keto. Okay. So, just as preliminary, what I do regarding this document, Chief Kehoe, it purports to be a daily incident log. Do you recognize it as such?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is this an official record of the Newtown Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and direct your attention to page 3 of this document, which has been marked as Complainant Exhibit C. Are you looking at page 3?
Yes.
Looks like it's for, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but this is for December 14, 2012 at 9:35? At the top of the page?
Yes.
Okay. What is the incident type there?
Unwanted person,
And the location or venue?
12 Dickinson Drive?
Okay, you understood that to be Sandy Hook Elementary School?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there seems to be a list of units. I'm counting these. Looks like there were 22 units that are identified. Were those all Newtown units? Newtown Police Department units?
Again, I would object, and I'm going to ask what this has to do with the subject of this appeal.
Okay.
Well,
We have to.
the question, yes, sir. Your Honor, we have requested, under FIC 14461, our exhibit CA is the FOIA request dated April 25th, 2014, in which we asked the police department for call log sheets, particularly under subparagraph 3 of that FOIA request. Subparagraph 3B, we asked for copies of all communications for December 14, 2012, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. between the Newtown Police Department and the Connecticut State Police Trooper 1 helicopter. Mr. Halbig testified we did not receive that. My inquiry is whether or not there is indicia in here of communications so that if they exist, then the next question would be why didn't you get them? So my question,
The document that you're looking at now is actually the call log? Or
yes it is,
that's the,
It's the incident.
daily incident log. Well, so,
call log.
me-
Good question.
For that limited purpose.
For the purpose of.
I would draw my objection to that limited purpose.
Just so I'm clear on the question. The question was, were all those units Newtown police units?
yes sir, that was the question.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you guys for sending out more. So, Chief Kehoe, to your understanding or your remembrance of December 14, 2012, do you know whether or not there was any communication between the Newtown Police Department and Connecticut State Police Trooper 1 helicopter?
Objection. This is under FOIA, they're type of documents. So whether there are communications or not is irrelevant. The question is whether there are any documents regarding communication.
May I?
Can you rephrase the question? Regarding. Yeah, you can rephrase it if there were any documents regarding communications in writing. Particularly part of it, in the one.
Thank you, Commissioner, I will. Chief Kehoe, do you know whether or not there are any transcripts of communications for December 14, 2012 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. between the Newtown Police Department and the Connecticut State Police Trooper 1 helicopter?
To the best of my knowledge, there are no communications.
No communications?
That's right.
There were no communications between the Newtown Police Department and the Trooper One helicopter from the state police that
That's
day.
an answer.
Request was transcripts of communication, so do you mean to say, to your knowledge, there's no transcripts? Communication.
Well,
I think that was the question.
that was my question, but I think his testimony is what it is. I guess I respectfully take issue with Your Honor asking him if he means to say, no, all the respect, sir, understood.
And clarify your answer, you want it quite out. So, it could be one thing, so you may get something.
Are you aware of any transcripts?
Objection to counsel redirecting my testimony. My question. I appreciate that, Attorney Frank. I'm all set. So, Chief Kehoe, do you know whether or not there's any audio communications between your department and the Trooper One helicopter state police on that day?
There was no audio, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. I may just for a second. For purposes moving forward, I'll suspend that line of inquiry just for a moment and ask Chief Kehoe. Chief Kehoe, were there any? Are you aware that Mr. Halbig was at the Newtown Police Department yesterday reviewing purported dash cam videos from Lieutenant Cinco and Seabrook?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, I'm just reminding you you're under oath, but I'd like to ask you whether or not you know whether or not those dash cam recordings contain a date, signature, and a timestamp, as well as a listing of the police car or units and the officer.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Do the dash cam videos typically contain a date stamp, a time, a unit, or an officer's name in the video?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us why there was no date stamp or time on the video shown to Mr. Halbig yesterday by your executive secretary?
What you reviewed yesterday was a copy. The best we could do to copy our in-car camera system to a medium that could be viewed by you. And those are best attempts to copy.
So if the originals had date and time stamps on them, how did those date and time stamps fall off of the copies which were given to us for viewing yesterday?
I'm not sure they did.
Did you review the?
They're embedded in that copy of the video review yesterday.
And how do you know that?
Because I viewed it.
And did you actually see them appear on the screen,
Yes.
superimposed on the video?
Yes.
Okay, so you did review them prior to allowing us to view them yesterday?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that there were date and time stamps on them at the time that you reviewed them?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to revert back to the prior question where I was asking you whether or not there had been any communication between the Newtown Police Department and the State Trooper Flight 1 I'm going to hand you a copy of, 2 copies of one document. So, I see that you and your attorney have had an opportunity to review this. Do you understand what this document is? Do you recognize it?
I'm only reading it, it's a Trooper 1 flight log on December 14, 2012.
And, can you read the description?
Objection. Document's not in evidence,
It will be.
not based on this testimony.
Well, I'm requesting that you put it into evidence at this time. It's a communication. It purports to evidence a communication between the Newtown Police Department and the Trooper 1 flight log.
This witness cannot authenticate a Trooper 1 flight log in statements.
So you don't believe that this is what it is?
This is kind of Newtown document.
So your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. So your testimony, Chief King, knows that there was no communication between the Trooper 1 flight and between the Newtown Police Department and the Connecticut State Police Trooper 1 helicopter that day.
That's correct.
Okay.
Just party, so it's been over an hour and a half.
Okay. I want to call.
But if we don't get this finished, we'll probably continue to the hearing to the date. I don't know if we want to try to get it all done today.
Hold on. If I may, just for a second. I have no further questions for Chief Kehoe.
No question.
This is first of all, I know that the burden is on the respondent to explain the reason for not providing that, not providing the document. Some of going on their case or for their case.
I do want to call Gino Fiella. He has been subpoenaed, and he is witness that we would like to examine. Gino Fiella is the Director of School Facilities for the Newtown Board of Education.
Just for anybody in the audience, I know that anybody that might be parked in the street, I know it's been here over an hour and a half. Some of you may need to worry about the meters, but they will tow cars if they're left on the street.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
So when we take 5-minute recess, anybody can get to their cars, speed the meter.
Specifically, if you're parked on Elm Street, that's the sign of the street that, is that the park is on, that's the towing zone.
I'll be rearranged. 1:34. Well, we had that, yeah.
Here.
Water.
Oh, water. Or two.
Thank you.
Can I ask you one thing?
Yes.
What's this name for this clip, like a zinger, that I can name as a clip?
I really don't know right now, dude. I'm fucking shit in that answer.
What?
No, I'm just sorry. You can do whatever.
No, I want, you know.
Please. Hey, can you hear me? Guys, you guys there? I can't hear you. That's you got that? You there? I can't hear you guys. Give me a second here. I'm gonna cut the Skype. I got 3 minutes left for recess. I'm gonna call into the FPRN live line. If you guys could post me the number in the Skype, I'll call in really quick with an update.
Okay. So we've got, we'll give Sleight of Sin here a few minutes to get himself organized and call back in for us. And for the time being, we can have a brief discussion while the hearing takes what appears to be a 5-minute recess. I assume to either create some documents, destroy some documents, get their stories straight, or come up with a new lie. Because to this point, I would think the fight has been taken to them, and they haven't responded all that well. Panelists, what are your thoughts so far?
Objection.
Yeah.
Objection.
Yes.
No, you
I'm
can't
afraid-
ask that question. I object.
I'm afraid I don't see the relevance to that question.
Irrelevant.
You know what I love? My favorite thing in the whole world, and when you absolutely know someone's caught, is when they start stalling. And when Kehoe was asked about that detailed call for service report, his very first response was the same as well. You remember when we had Mark Stevens on the round table, and Mark confronted that federal judge and asked him a very straightforward question about why that judge thought that the laws in a particular state would apply to a particular person simply because that person was in that state. And the judge's very first answer was, "I don't understand the question." Well, that's nonsense. Of course you understand the question, just like Kehoe understood the question when Wolfgang's lawyer asked him about the detailed call for service report, which I will now share on my screen here for anybody who wishes to view it. The detailed call for service report is a very interesting document that let me see, how am I going to do this here? Oh, here we go. Share screens. Thank you very much. You guys should be seeing it now, the detailed call for service report. As Wolfgang's lawyer tried to get the other side to admit, the very first phone call that is stated to have come in from the school that day, as most of us will remember, was something along the lines of callers reporting that someone is shooting in the building. Well, then how can you justify this detailed call for service report that lists the priority of this event as a medium and lists the call type as an unwanted person?
Exactly.
I mean, how could someone shooting in an elementary school in any way, shape, or form be considered as priority
Exactly.
medium?
I'm kind of fading out here. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, we got you, North.
Now, Monty Frank tried to interrupt with stating that there was a personal belief, and
Okay. Well, I'm way behind on the delay. Sorry.
we all know what he was about to say, but it was kind of shocking. Instead of answering questions, he was just going to go directly into that.
Well, I'm, you know what, I have to say, and people in the chat on YouTube are saying precisely the same thing, that I have some newfound respect for Wolfgang's lawyer. This woman is doing a fantastic job. She's asking all the right questions, and she appears to be doing a really good job trying to hold these people to account and answer the questions that Wolf has tried so hard to get answers for. So kudos to her, and thanks to everybody in YouTube chat and on Max Resistance, those who are able to get in if Max Resistance is back up. We apologize for some of these technical issues that we're trying to sort out, but I have to say thanks to Ryan, thanks to Sleight of Sin, this is all coming through quite nicely, as a matter of fact. So well
Yes,
done.
FPRN is broadcasting this, and everybody's picking up the stream from there. So, yeah, I'm just so absolutely set back in the fact that all these objections just for asking about any detail outside of what's written on the paper, the document. So it's just a twist and turn, and it's really nice that we get to witness this firsthand right off the bat, unedited, right here to see how they're manipulating the whole situation.
Yeah, let's, yeah, absolutely. I'm struck every time I see a case like this, or any sort of court case where the prosecution or the defense seems to spend an inordinate amount of time dealing in technicalities as opposed to actual points of fact. I'm left thinking that, well, you have no case then. If you had to, you know, if you have to spend this much time in nonsensical technicalities over these documents, then clearly you don't have any really good reasons for keeping them from us.
Right. Yeah.
Right? You didn't put the right stamp on the letter. You didn't spend the extra $7.50. I mean, that's all nonsense, right? I mean, that's either we have a right to these documents or we don't. If we don't, then give us your reasons for why we don't. Don't inundate us with technicalities.
Oh, sure. Well, you know, your lawyer did send $19, but for the follow-up for the rest of the documents, he didn't send $22.50. Come on. Are you kidding me? So you're going to withhold all of these records due to the fact that you can't bill them later? It has to be prepaid? You know, this is all redundant. It has nothing to do with it. You know, they keep saying focus on the document, focus only on the document. Well, that $22 is a total focus outside of the documents of what documents were provided. So it's really, you know, absolutely ludicrous that these documents weren't provided. And another case in fact being is that Halbig, to view them, would have to travel halfway across the country each time they added a piece of paper to the document or folder file. So,
Ryan,
any thoughts? Sorry.
Ryan from FBRN is telling me, I believe we have about 30 seconds left, or probably less now, before they come back into the hearing room. Ryan, is that correct? Can you give me a thumbs up? And
Slight,
yeah, that's good. Okay.
Slight is working on getting back into the hearing right now.
Okay. So for those of you who are just joining us, Wolfgang Halbig and his attorney, and I noted it during the course of the questioning, but the moment Chief Kehoe sat down in that chair in that hearing room, that was the very first time since December 14th, 2012, that any public official has been called to task, been called to answer any questions outside of scripted mainstream media horse pucks about this particular event. So to those of you who have been calling Wolfgang Halbig a fraud, saying he wasn't in this for the long haul, or who was only in this for the money, I think it's time for each and every one of you to just shut your holes and move on already, because it's happened and it's still happening.
Does anyone know who the big guy is that's sitting next to the hearing officer? The one that said 26 people died that day?
she had said a statement of his name and that he was a citizen, and that she objected to the fact that he really had no reason to answer or respond to anything during the hearing. I did take note in the fact that, yeah, they did play the children died card during the questioning regarding the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I really want to talk about Monty Frank's determination to try and turn this into some sort of conspiracy type hearing, trying to deflect from the actual purpose of this, which is to get documents that are supposed to be publicly available. Ryan's telling me that Slight is back into the hearing room, so if we have a feed to go back to, Ryan, I'll just let you take it from here.
You want to find out where he is? Or do you want to take it off for him?
Show you that there's a room within what is. Yeah. We don't have one that's
For those of you just joining our feed this afternoon, we are awaiting the return of the hearing and the hearing officers after a 5-minute recess. To this point, Wolfgang Halbig and his attorney have done a fantastic job of holding the state's feet to the flames over the requested Freedom of Information Act documents that Wolf has been waiting a very long time for. Monty Frank has been, Monty Frank has basically been doing what we all expected he would do, delay, install, and try and make this as difficult as possible. At this point, Wolfgang and his lawyer have been doing a great job. So any moment now, they will resume this hearing, and we will take you back to that right now.
G-I-N-O? I think it's file S-A-E.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Faiello. I understand you're the Director of School Facilities for the Newtown Board of Education. That's correct? Yes, speak verbally, please. Okay. So, Mr. Faiello, how long have you held that position as Director of School Facilities for the Newtown Board of Ed?
Since 2007.
Okay. And what are your duties? You explain your specific job responsibilities?
Yes, I oversee the custodial and maintenance staff of public schools.
Okay. And has anybody ever asked you to sign an agreement not to discuss the condition of the Sandy Hook Elementary School prior to the date of 12/14/2012?
Objection relevant.
I'll go out. Could you repeat the question, please?
Has anybody ever asked you to sign an agreement or verbally told you not to discuss the conditions of the Sandy Hook schools prior to December 12, 2012?
No.
Okay. So, if the school were to install a new security system, would you know about that?
Yeah.
You don't look to your attorney, just answer the question.
You can look at me if you want to.
No, not for an answer.
I'm not doing it yet.
Yes, I would know about it.
Was there a new security system installed prior to December 14, 2012?
No, there was not.
When was the last security system installed at the Sandy Hook Elementary School prior to December 14, 2012?
I believe it was installed sometime in 2007, if I'm not mistaken.
2007.
That's right.
Okay. Do you have any idea why the media indicated that Principal Don Huxford had recently installed a new security system?
Objection denied.
Did you say you're talking about the meeting?
Yeah, I did ask
How
about
do
why
you
the
know
media
what
accounts.
media thinks?
This once you get the vote on staff.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Faiello, do you ever interact with any work orders that are produced in conjunction with maintenance or repair of the schools in the Newtown School District?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you involved in, or let me strike that. For these work orders, is the process by which they are created?
Yes, sir.
And who would be the initiator of such a work order?
Several people.
And who are they?
That would be my administrative assistant, the maintenance staff, and the custodians at the schools.
Okay.
And the generate.
Would the principal or the assistant principal be able to generate a work order?
Not the computer system, no. It's a computer-based system.
Would those work orders, when they're completed, would they be signed by anyone?
No, they would not.
Did you ever receive any emails that from Principal Hawkstrom regarding needed repairs during 2012 at the Sandy Hook Elementary School?
to object to that. There's a pending objection which has never been addressed in connection with emails that were requested. The way that I understand that there's a case law that FOIA is supposed to work is that when there's an objection raised, particularly as to vagueness, they invite an interactive process between the attorneys in order to try to determine exactly what they're looking for. Based on the request that was made, we could not determine what they were looking for, and there was never ever an interactive process. It was never clarified what they were looking for, and instead they just took the appeal. So I would object to the line of questioning concerning the emails between the principal and Mr. Aiello. I'd also note that that request, as part of the problem, was addressed, said, assistant principal and Don Hochstrom and the maintenance department, as opposed to Mr. Aiello's individual. One of the many problems with that request.
Overrule the election, the objection to the continued. Edward, you ask the question again.
Are you aware of any emails that may have come from school principal Don Hochstrom or for assistant school principal for the period of May 1st, 2012 through December 13th, 2012 to the facilities department?
Yes.
And have you reviewed those emails?
I don't quite understand the question.
Have you looked at them? Have you read them?
Of course.
Okay, so they exist.
Not sure.
Well, I can't help you with that. If you received them and you read them, then they...
I would think that they must exist, yes.
Okay, that's, okay. It's really difficult. All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Complainant Exhibit B. It is a stack of work orders, starting with the first page, work order ID 2698. And this is our copy, so sorry, I'm going to hand it back to you. I'm looking at it. So, does that document look familiar to you at all in terms of shape and format?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any reason to doubt that those are authentic copies of documents that were produced by, produced in response to our FOIA request?
I do not.
Okay, so in other words, you think that those are copies?
These are printed directly out of our database.
Okay. Now, I noticed that at the bottom of Complainant Exhibit B, there's a place for two different signatures. One is the technician, and one is for someone to confirm that the work has actually been completed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, it looks to me like, is it true then that the protocol, according to this form and its format, is for these work orders to have the technician sign off on them and the corroborating official to sign off on them when the work order is complete?
Yes. The way we do it is the technician completes the work order, initials it, hands it to my administrative assistant, and it gets logged in the database. We do not keep the original copies. We have to go over these and default up paper. So it goes into the database.
So it's initialed only by the technician?
Mm-hmm.
There's no corroborating signature to make sure that the work actually was in fact completed?
We have weekly meetings. We verify that the work orders verbally are being completed in a timely fashion.
And with who are those meetings?
With my maintenance staff.
And what are the titles of your maintenance staff?
Yes. I have a licensed electrician, one a licensed HVAC technician, one licensed plumber, and a general purpose carpenter, and an apprentice electrician.
Who at the school, if anyone, would verify that these work were actually completed?
Verify, the work orders are built or inputted from the custodian, typically the head custodian, or sometimes the maintenance folks themselves. So they would verify that what was actually done.
So would that be Mr. Angelotti?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you aware that of any school or Board of Education policy that requires yearly inspections of the school premises within your district every year by August 1st?
I'm actually not aware of that policy.
Well, are you aware that any inspections were conducted in 2012?
Inspections are done every year before the start of school.
So you're not aware of the policy, but you're aware that the inspections occur?
That's correct. A lot of them are state mandated.
Okay. And what is the purpose of those inspections that occur at the school on a yearly basis?
They're basic safety inspections, fire extinguishers, the VA systems, sign clocks, fire pumps, fire systems, fire panels, etc.
Is there any inspection regarding cleanliness of the school?
That's conducted by myself.
And did you conduct such an inspection in 2012, by August 1st of 2012?
Yes.
And did you conduct such an inspection of the Sandy Hook Elementary School?
Yes.
And what were your findings?
What does this have to do with documents?
Well, because we have never received those inspection reports, although they are the subject of this appeal. I direct Your Honor's attention.
Maybe you can help me out.
program note, in response to all the emails we've been getting, the lovely Lady Claire will be joining us again in our third
Sorry about the audio technical difficulties, guys. I'm working on getting it right back right now, so just bear with me. Give me one moment.
And, you know, she says, you know, do you know where this is? Objection. I don't know the question. Or, you know, have you ever inspected this area? I don't understand the question. Really? You know, it's just posing it kind of delay. Of course, they don't actually get to the meat and potatoes, and they don't have to actually give answers to the questions.
Some of the issues that have been brought up to this point, I know, North, you've been taking some notes along, but one of the issues that has been brought up is apparently there was no communication on December 14, 2012, between Newtown Police Department and Chopper 1, the state police air surveillance helicopter, that day. That's something we found out today that is apparently new. I don't know if that seems to make sense to our panelists or if that seems incredibly strange. Thoughts?
We saw the footage, didn't we?
We saw some real footage. Yes, we did. We always led to believe that footage had come from some mainstream media source, but it is entirely possible that it came from Chopper 1. Yes. But the thought that there would be no communication whatsoever between Newtown Police Department, who were the initial responders to this event, and the helicopter from the state police seems strange to me.
I guess we got it back.
We have a feed to go back to?
Yes, we do.
All right, Ryan, as you're ready, you just let her go, buddy.
Yeah, no, I did. Front section of the school where the tragedy took place was boarded up so that we could have movers in the building, moving the kids' belongings and the desks and all belonging to the school. It's all school. And this was done by a separate contractor, none of my folks in the building afterwards.
Was there any documentation for that movement?
Not within the period.
Were there any work orders for that movement?
Same objection.
I'm sorry, Commissioner?
Objection.
Okay. Show you another photograph, Mr. Trailer. You recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Well, it was room 10. I can't verify the room number, what was written on it. It looks like a corkboard in a classroom.
Okay. And if you had done an inspection and seen that corkboard, would you have made a request for a work order?
Yeah. I think they've got this. That was the relevant time period. What was the description date?
December 14th or 15th of 2012. It's from MC.
No, check. That's my question. The report is requested referred before 7. I believe this is
Okay.
I know.
Just some photos, Your Honor. Just failed to take a look at this. Do you recognize what it depicts?
Yes, it's the branch of San School.
Okay, would there have been a work order generated for the cracked sidewalk and the damaged tiling here
Objection, time period.
in the year 2012?
I'll allow it. Order, sir. Prior. They say nearly all the work orders not reimbursed given.
Okay.
Well, they're kind of in a hole here, right? Either they didn't release actual work orders that they had, or they weren't repairing that school because there was no fucking point because there wasn't anybody going there.
Just try to take this picture. Do you recognize what is contained in that picture?
It's classroom room.
You know what classroom it's for?
The photograph is room settings.
Okay. Any more damage or any dish walking the wall or the tile or the door?
Objection.
No.
Oh,
What do you this white or this black mark on the door?
It's whacked up on the tile. It's wax filled up with frothing machines.
What about the black on the door?
The door probably got hit or banged with furniture moving in and out.
Would you have generated a work order to correct that during 2012 if you'd seen that?
No, I would not. I would have told the custodian to clean it.
So you don't generate work orders for everything, just some things, is that correct?
We generate orders for most things.
For most things. How do you make the decision when to generate an order and when not? You're treating not the other out, you, sir.
We try. Okay, we try to capture as much work as possible. Just to keep what's going on in the district as far as the work generated in the amount of activity. Do some things not get orders, yes.
And my question was, how do you make the decision on what does constitute a rise to the level?
There's a decision tree to make. It's just we try to capture most.
Okay, two more quick
We did, for sure. No. All right, I have no further questions for this witness.
About 40 minutes, about an hour ago, that we would be not allowed respondents to chair. Based on the time that we've already taken, whatever we can do this hearing in one day. So we're going to recommend that we okay, but before I do, I didn't know if there was any cross-examination.
I can either do a direct case, but my intention of this witness, the chief, will be extremely.
Okay, so we'd like to do that to the back of the future meeting.
I vote for that.
Okay.
I will likely only have 3 votes. But they will all be free. I would have the plaintiff complete their case before calling my witnesses.
You don't need to.
I do not.
Who is speaking?
This is Paul.
Monty Frank.
Yes, we would be calling.
I don't think that we're, they have multiple. I don't think that we're going to be able to do that today.
Understood.
We've been fairly within the time to move the case along. You will be allowed to bring witnesses to the hearing. It's so I'd like to this hearing to another day. I think that we can get to the clerk's office, we can try and come to a mutual agreement time for both parties.
So I think that we'll just continue hearing debate and we can
Feel for freedom of speech.
Most only had one or two witnesses, but maybe we can finish your case today. I understand. There's no secret. I know you're very thorough. What happened, really didn't know that.
Kelly.
I want to keep this going for another hour and a half.
Well, Your Honor, I'm in a little bit of a disadvantage since my subpoenas were ignored by certain witnesses. I'm going to have to try to remedy that. The only other witness that I would be able to call today, reportedly here, would be Dr. Joe Zarate. Dr. Joe Zarate is the is the Your Honor, those are just not in the hearing today.
No,
Fair enough, yes. Well, I also need to find the remedy for compulsory process for the other witnesses to attend, so I need time for that. So,
I just think it would be better to continue to take the DPS that you need. Responsibility on their case.
fair enough.
Yeah, you can continue to navigate time out. Issue with the skin. We don't cut into, you can use that right with the
I understand the commissioner's concerns about the case. Okay. Yes.
I know that this should be able to park in our parking lot on 5, but I think that all parties just regroup and come back and well, we're sharing it so later. Thank you.
Oh, we've just passed 4:30 Eastern Time, and it appears though the hearing for Nate is coming to a close. Although from what I can gather, it will continue. For those of you tuned in late, we, for the last almost 2.5 hours, well, better than that now, have been covering the day's events in Newtown, Connecticut. Actually, this is in Hartford, pardon me, regarding the events in Newtown, Connecticut, December 14th, 2012, and Wolfgang Halbig and his effort to finally get some information from the of information regarding some long desired documentation. We thank FPR and Ryan for his support in presenting this feed for you today. We also thank Sleight of Sin, who is in Connecticut today. That is his feed you have been watching on YouTube, and we welcome everybody on YouTube in the chat who's joining us today, and everyone around the world who's joining us today. Finally, see some people from Sandy Hook and Newtown finally have to answer questions about what went on that day and why they seem so intent on getting certain pieces of information from us and stalling all along. We have up north of the 49th Resistance with us this afternoon. Bree joins us as well, and Tony is in our chat on the panel today. I welcome you and ask you to present your thoughts on what you think has happened so far.
For a long time.
We tend to agree.
Tony, your thoughts? Oh, maybe he's stepped away. My thoughts on it is, yeah, it has been a whole, and, you know, even with the witnesses, you know, they kind of answered the question, low, seemed to run the clock out. In the chat, where did they reschedule, or the hearing they rescheduled? Well, they haven't yet. They want to discuss that. Mobile Earth on our chat here, he had said, you know, I'm exhausted, he said, just listening. I can't imagine how they feel, those who attended. And yeah, it is a twist on the mind. It is exhausting just to listen to how they finagle of answering a simple question like, you know what you're looking at in a picture. So, you know, the front of a building, yes. You know, he couldn't even answer yes. And, you know, although we did skip a bit, you know, other pictures were presented, of course, objections made. But I'll have to go back in my notes to count how many objections were actually made. I do know that we did have one allowance on the whole lot.
I caught 2 in the last half hour, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So yeah, there's supposed to be, I'd catch, if anybody didn't at the end there, you know, she did say regarding subpoenas not followed, regarding the rescheduling forced attendance, you know, to comply to the issue of the subpoenas. The one director had said, you know, possibly re-subpoena, but that still doesn't negate the fact that apparently did not follow through on the subpoena in order to appear. So, but we'll keep you updated on that.
Yes, absolutely, and we will find that out. We will try to get in touch with Sleight of Sin, who Sleight is ready to come on. So, okay, we're having a little at the moment, so we'll just get back to. Oh, Jesus, here we go. Give him 5 minutes. All right, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We'll have Sleight of Sin here, and perhaps he can give us an indication about who it was that didn't show up today. I know Pat Lodrout was supposed to be there. Who was this doctor? Is anybody familiar or aware this doctor was that was apparently about to be called?
No, I don't know what the second question.
Was it Dr. William Begg?
Begg.
I didn't catch the name. For those of you participating on chat and everybody else listening, you need to understand the quality of this broadcast today was put together by volunteers with a relatively short notice, because we found out we were not going to be able to count on Connecticut's community television network to provide a live stream of broadcast. And as you can imagine, the state, the Freedom of Information Commission, was not all that generous in their assistance to get this stream provided. So we did this with volunteer equipment, and we did the best we can. And frankly, I think it turned out pretty darn well. And I want to thank again Sleight of Sin, and especially Ron FPRN for everything they did on the air.
Absolutely, and Brian putting it into YouTube at the last second. I know some people were restricted from getting into FPRN, max resistance, and it was kind of an attack and what was happening there. working around it as best as we can, and we're just trying information. I think it was so in live view, and to actually hear the, you know, inclinations within voices of how they objected or how they twisted around things was really interesting. You know, I'm sure there were a lot of, oh my gosh, and that in the audience, of course, just some of these actions, because they were ridiculous, you know.
Not only is it important from the standpoint of having a permanent record of what happened, but I guarantee you that there is a difference between sitting in a room and answer questions under oath with a camera and knowing that it's being live streamed to the world.
Right.
Right? There's a difference. That's going to affect how you react, how you behave, and you could tell by the behavior of Monty Frank and by you know, Chief Kehoe and by the other fellow there from the town, from the school division, that I think they were affected. They knew that they were being watched, and at times somebody in that community felt that way.
Right, and pull the spotlight onto him. I thought it was really critical when the Lord did say, you know, every time she asked the janitor, or, you know, he would look over at Monty Frank, and she goes, no, you know, focus on me here. I'm the one asking you these questions. So, you know, it was obvious to the fact that he was looking by the Frank team. So obviously, you know, it's like they're, what do you call it when a witness doesn't want to testify on for that?
A hostile witness?
Hostile witness, yeah, because she did them several times, you know, the questions here, look at me, you know, don't be by them.
Well, yeah, your lawyer can't answer this question for you, so there's no point in you looking at him.
Yeah,
Guys, they're still stuck on in the live stream.
All
Yeah,
right,
I see that.
let's go back to it then, if we can.
Turned his
Do we
camera
have-
off.
Oh,
Okay, so we can just view. So if it turns into a Donnybrook or something, we'll at least have video evidence of it.
Yeah, like a fist fight or something.
Well, I know that, again, at the beginning, and YouTube, we didn't have the beginning of the show up. We relied on, you know, we can't put all our eggs in one basket, even on the YouTube stream, we're having difficulty. But I did want to say that in the earlier report at the beginning of our presentation here is that Slidus in the evening yesterday was outside of the courthouse, and of course, massive objection or kind of aggression, you know, bombing to him, flipping him off, the camera crews out of there. Yeah, it was very aggressive, and then the guy took off, and he said it was interesting because this guy wasn't even any part of the conversation of Wolfgang. It was just some person randomly going by and getting mad about people who were there at the hearing to look at the documents. And Cam, of course, Wolfgang has never been presented a lot of this information. The argument is that he didn't pay his $22.50 to have access to the documents, although $9 apparently was paid. You know, it's just such a delay in saying that provide the documents form indicates that there was 100 pieces of paper in the document, yet when Slidus went to the file, there was only like maybe 6 pieces of paper within the information of the file. So, you know, it switches from day to day, it twists and turns according to how they want to present it to you. So officially, I guess there's, Halbig did say that there was well over 140 pages that he had no opportunity to review prior to last night, yesterday evening, sorry. So,
Real quick, what was going on where the people were clapping and the judge ordered for the room to be quiet?
Wolfgang said he doesn't trust Monty Frank to provide him with the right information.
yeah, and the room broke out in
everybody applauded. Yeah.
Is everybody seeing my screen share?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the image that Wolf and his attorney were questioning the state about regarding the condition of the school. This is room number 6, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner. In that, I mean, those nameplates on every one of those doors look like they were, you know, scavenged from some demolished hospital or something and slapped up on these walls to. But you can see at the bottom of the photograph there the stains at the base of the wall, and that big disgusting black mark on that dirty, banged up door. See, it puts the town in an awkward position, right? Because either they have not released all the work orders that are available to be viewed, or B, they really didn't seem to give a damn about how well they took care of the school. Right? Those are the only two options, right? Either they're holding back work orders for stuff like this, or they never had any intention of doing anything about it because they just didn't care.
Because they were going to demolish the school afterwards.
Right.
Well, the school, if you look at the Connecticut State Police report photos with the annotations that we have looked at, you'll see that not only was it filthy, it was uninhabitable. It would have been illegal for students to attend there. It wasn't ADA compliant. It wasn't compliant with other statutes. You know, there was stuff piled up on top of everything, which made it appear that the school had been flooded and that everything was taken off the floor to put it out of reach and then ever restored to its proper position. When I first looked at those photos, I thought, man, they had to move everything out of the way, I guess, because of all the carnage. But they didn't move everything out of the way everywhere in the entire school. And if you look through that school, there's stuff piled up on top of windowsills, kitchen cabinets, every place where you can put something up in the air, it's up in the air.
Right, and that's the point, is that, you know, if it were so badly damaged and flooded, of course, because of the hurricane, that's what we're talking about, right, that created this flooding incident, right, is, you know, why would you move forward and have the kids attend school in such conditions? I mean, you could have sewage backup, you can have contamination, you know, there's so many variables that kicks into the health of the children. So why did they proceed with classes? You know, it's a ridiculous thing to do without initiating the repairs. And the other point is that, you know, if they had these work orders, I mean, this really looks bad on this janitor guy, that this school is in this big of a mess. And there should have been an official insurance report or whatever the case may be from, you know, weather damage. You still have to do official reports to the board indicating, you know, for a budget for the following year of what kind of damage and assessment was made in order to make repair. This was a private school. Was it not? Was it public? Was it, you know, because it sometimes hits me as it was a public school and yet it was private, you know. But
it's a public school. That's what considers the United States a public school.
So specifically being a public school, it falls under all the mandates that Halbig is indicating. And I felt it really seriously corrupt in the beginning, right from the start, when they objected to Wolfgang Halbig's credentials. Did you notice that? They asked him, why should we allow you to go ahead and do a FOIA request? What gives you the right to do this kind of thing? And he starts listing his credentials, and Monty Frank objects. I thought,
are you guys seeing my screen share?
Slide is ready.
Pardon me?
Slide as soon as ready to broadcast. Oh, never mind. He left. No, sorry, never mind. He left. Sorry.
Okay. Are you guys seeing my screen share?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I never noticed this before, but written over here on the right-hand corner, what does that say?
Need breach.
Need breach, with an X through it. I don't know what it means, but that seems kind of odd.
Did you guys ever go through all the photos and notice how few rounds were actually on the floor?
Right.
I mean, I mean, it was supposedly over 100, right?
Right.
50.
Right.
154 rounds, I believe, was reportedly shot.
I mean, there were even rounds outside of the school, but supposedly all the shooting occurred inside.
Look at how filthy that is. That's absolutely filthy. Why would you put children back into a school? I don't think it was an active school. I really don't. It was a day event, and that was it. Let's schedule it. Okay, get it right off. I don't know what to say because this
I
is
showed these pictures to my girlfriend who's been working in a school system for 25 years, and she said there is no way. No way.
That door has tons of water damage on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like this isn't, let me see, when did the flood happen with Sandy Hook? Sorry? The hurricane?
Hurricane Sandy?
Yes.
And Sandy was...
Hurricane Sandy, yes.
Was it October? It was not too far behind. It was like October 2012.
Right.
Yeah, it was just...
So a couple months, but you still don't put children back. See, there's that gun. Yeah. Why is that gun in that specific picture? That's the room that he went into?
Now,
well, that's supposedly him to the left of the diagonally up. That black mass is supposedly him.
Okay, I see.
That's the letter to the school.
Kind of curled up in a fetal position.
Okay.
Apparently.
Right. Huh. Well, I mean,
did anyone catch, what was the name of the last witness that was talking about the school maintenance? That was not Kevin Ancelotti, was it?
No.
No. What happened to Kevin Ancelotti was definitely subpoenaed. Who was the guy that showed up?
Well, that's the whole point of it.
His name?
Yeah, no, I didn't. And she did address the fact that, yeah, we missed just the beginning of the swearing in, but we did, she did mention the fact that individuals didn't show up. But he did say he was on a supervisory level, that he did do the inspections. He's the individual who did, you know, I thought it important that she asked the question, who did the inspections? He said he did. She said, what were your findings regarding cleanliness of this school? And Monty Frank objected.
Relevant.
Swan, that's the other picture that they had talked about in the first place. That's just the,
like that is
the broken tile.
Like yeah, like tell me there isn't a work order for that. You're not going to repair that? Like that tile, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but my computer's moving very slowly right now, but where my cursor is right now, that tile is still there and it is loose.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Right? Like that could be stepped on and that could move, shift under someone's foot. Like that's a hazard. You're telling me there's not you're telling me there's not a work order for that? And if I'm not mistaken, is that not typically where you would find things like asbestos?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
so,
is that not what they, you know, you'll find them in the floor tiles and things like that? Asbestos? Is that, I could be wrong. If I am, just tell me.
I think more likely PCBs in that old tile, but I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. And yeah, but even we fall into the mold. Yes. And PCBs are found in these old tiles. Usually, the asbestos is within the insulation between the floors. Under the floorboards, between the walls, or in the roof, right?
But once something like this starts moving, once these tiles start becoming disconnected from their foundations and things like that, that's when they become dangerous. Like as long as the materials within them remain inert and not sort of broken or damaged, they're essentially safe, right? It's like lead paint. It isn't going to kill you unless you start eating it for the most part, right?
Right. And you look at
think about it. This is one of the things that would specifically require a work order, because this is not something the janitor is going to have his staff do themselves. This is where you got to get a tile guy, you know?
Right, exactly.
So Rich Neary, who was in the courtroom, is calling me right now. I'm going to take a break. What's up, my brother?
Like, look at this. Like, look at, I just scrolled that photo down a little bit farther. You're telling me that what I'm seeing at the bottom of that photo isn't water damage?
Right. Well, the thing is just that you would be carrying, so you couldn't see directly in front of yourself. Of course, you'd be carrying files in these baskets. So, you know, being that you're carrying in files into this room and you stepped on that tile, you don't have a visual access to where you're stepping. So it is critically important that this would have been repaired. But what he's saying is he didn't actually deny that there are work orders. He said they are in the database. So the point is being that they're not on physical paper, he said, because they don't keep them, why then were they not printed off of this database and provided for the hearing? And that's, I think, what she was trying to get to, was the fact that none of this database has actually been recorded and given on to them. I wanted to also address the fact that the police officer had said that the dash cam, they did the best they could to recopy it for viewing purposes, but you know, honestly, they don't normally do that. Or, well, why wasn't kind of a, I don't understand, they don't normally do that. Why can't you record the picture of a recording like we're doing right now with the date and time stamp and everything on it? But he said that they did the best they could on
frankly, I would think that it would be damn near impossible to make a copy of the original that contains the timestamp on it and make a copy of that without the timestamp on it, unless you consciously and physically removed it in some way.
That's what
or it never existed in the first place.
Right, that's what I was getting to. Is, remember I showed you my dash cam when I got pulled over, Swan? And on my dash cam had the time, date, and everything.
Whoa, hang on. You didn't get pulled over.
Okay, I gotta stop. I got a ticket.
Well, all right.
A speeding ticket.
Yeah, I know you
Anyway,
did. Yeah, all right.
The end of my day, through a snowstorm and everything else, of course, the end of my day was the last few miles and whoop, whoop. And so anyway, I showed that to, there was an accident and whatnot. But anyway, I showed it to Swan. I couldn't take that date off there unless I just kind of took a video of the video in another program and edited it out of it, because I can't just go in and manually take that out of it. It's time, state, stamped on the video. And this is just a $125 DVR that sits in your truck that I bought at Best Buy. And I mean, the picture quality is exceptional, wasn't it? It's beautiful picture quality.
It was really good. Yeah.
For $120. And yet we're providing hundreds of thousands of dollars for these police officers to have the best cameras on the market. So I call BS on that. And a lot of those who do use dash cams out there are well aware that this is just, you know, diversion and sidestepping of the facts. Zero, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was going to ask, according to the original story, wasn't Adam Lanza allowed into the school when someone recognized him from the inside?
That was one of the original, one of the original media reports.
Okay, because I would say if there's shells on the ground outside, is that saying that someone buzzed him in after shooting had already started?
Well, I think that if you asked an official, they would say that initial report of him being let into the building was somehow misspoken.
Or hearsay. I would Monty would object, and he would say, hearsay, it's not relevant to how he gained access, whatever. But point being, it takes you to an interesting portion of the fact that they did say...
I'm lingering on this photo. If I'm assuming I'm still screen sharing, but I'm lingering on this photo simply because it looks so absolutely ridiculous. Like, Soto had worked at the school for, you know, more than just a week. I mean, she'd been there for years, a couple at least. And this is how they label her room. They don't even go out and get like something made at the printers, like an actual, you know, plastic thing you slide in there, because that's what you're supposed to do, right? There's slots there. There's like, what is this? It's just, it looks like somebody made it that morning.
Yeah. Actually, it does look very fresh.
I mean, with that kind of placard, if it was in that bad of condition and I was a teacher at a school, I would have just gotten my own placard and gotten permission to put it up there.
Right. I noticed this one has Braille at the bottom, so at least it's ADA compliant in that sense, right?
I mean,
which is probably one of the few
looks
things in the
awful.
school that was ADA compliant. Well, they all look like that. That's the absolutely bizarre thing about it. And all these photos are redacted. I'm just scrolling one after another, all redacted. There's the AR-15 with the barrel that looks like it had been soaked in salt water.
Mm-hmm. A couple of pictures shown there was a clip that looked like it still had bullets in it. It was just laying there. You know, you couldn't really tell if it was full, but that looked rather suspicious in itself.
Right, and that information that presented in the documentary was the fact that a lot of the DNA evidence inside of this gun that you're showing right now, inside of that chamber, was not that of Adam Lanza, but was indeed of Holstrom, was it not?
Of who? Not of Lanza, but of who?
Of the
Russo?
Oh, is it Russo?
It was one of them. Yeah, there was a bunch of strange DNA. Yeah, there was a bunch of strange. We should have David Collins on here. That guy did some really good work on the DNA evidence. He could tell you spot on. But yeah, there were some very strange DNA findings of DNA of victims inside the clip.
Which is, and on the on the ammunition itself inside the clip.
Inside the clip.
There's no way. I mean,
guys,
unless they loaded it.
Before you shoot us, can we inspect your bullets?
Yeah,
right.
Can we load it for you?
We want to make sure they're ADA compliant.
Mm-hmm. Just going back in my notes, you had mentioned a point.
Like, is this not a fire hazard? Like, look at this room.
Yeah,
like, it's just
absolutely.
It's just jam packed with paper. Like, what spark in this thing would have got up like a Roman candle?
Oh, that's what I was going to say is you had said regarding Lanza getting into the school and, of course, the bullets on the outside, and somebody had stated they recognize him, let him in, and, of course, an objection in regard to the fact that it's hearsay. Well, it was also interesting on the fact that in the media it had been printed, and also a letter home to parents and parents from the teachers that Hoekstrom had put in that there was a new security system. All of the objections regarding the contracts for the security systems, they objected to the fact that all of it was hearsay, that there was in fact any secondary security or new security system in place. So they objected to that under the context of hearsay. So, you know, it's interesting that they put that out. But Halbig's lawyer had to give reason why she had questioning for the security cameras. And they said, well, you know, it wasn't in the public realm or printed. It was only rumor or hearsay. And yet she cited several news agencies that had reported on the fact of this specific letter given to parents by the teachers saying that there was a new security system in place. And they still, I don't know that they overrode it, they just left it. It kind of diminished in the questioning that a security system, new one, was not installed. So, and my understanding, Swan, is there was a camera in place, but it wasn't working. Is that correct? Well, I went looking for the information while they were speaking because I wanted to refresh my memory and make sure that there was actually some public official or law enforcement agency that made comment about the video camera that day on the scene, and I did manage to find. I'll see if I can bring it up on a screen share here. Sorry, I've got so many windows open. My computer's running kind of slowly right now. Here it is here. This is from Lieutenant Penna at 11:46. I'll screen share it just so we have something to look at here. Oh, I guess I'm already screen sharing. Yeah, you're screen sharing the whole bit, man. We've been seeing the whole work.
All right. Okay. All right. Good thing I didn't have any. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Sexy pictures.
So anyway, yeah, right. Exactly. 11:46. Penna. See if you can get a hold of F7 Santucci or 4HQ Vangeli. They were inquiring about video cameras at Sandy Hook School. There are no video cameras that record. The only camera they have is to let people in with a call button, which does not record. I love how he makes mention of that more than once, just sort of drive the point home, right?
Sure.
But what I'm getting at is that apparently there was a video camera. So according to this fellow whose name we don't have yet at the moment, who testified on behalf of the condition of Sandy Hook School, that if there was a camera, it must have been installed back in 2007, which means that the letter that was printed by, was it the News Times or the Hartford Courant, the letter that supposedly went out from Dawn Hawksprung, her first semester as the new principal at Sandy Hook School, is apparently fraudulent. And I wonder if the Hartford Courant or the News Times or whoever, I think it was the News Times actually that published that letter, I wonder if they're aware that they were basically told today that that letter is a lie, is fraudulent.
Right, and they were the only source of it initially, and then other news media carried it forward. So the question is did this news agency, and will they stand behind where they got that letter from, or did they make a fraudulent report and issue that into the public realm? So there's two questions here of their integrity or character, being brought forward. So it's interesting because I'd like to see what their rebuttal on that would be in a public realm. Okay, so
that could be them there right now.
Yeah. So the other no exemption doc. Oh, okay. So we talked about the money and how many pages. Also, the attorney not providing money. They really spent a lot of time on that money issue because it ate up time in regard to the FOIA request, right?
I was really surprised actually that Monty Frank actually went as far as to try and turn this into a debate about conspiracy theories. Like yeah. I was really surprised that he went there with that. That he basically he didn't insinuate. He accused Wolfgang and his lawyer of not really being interested in these documents, but rather there to prove that 26 people didn't die that day. And I thought that was a pretty cheap shot, an incredibly cheap shot for a guy who has been nominated to be the head of the bar or some such thing in Connecticut.
President of the Bar Association. He's currently vice president.
Yeah, that's pretty slimy, low-ball, underhanded nonsense for a person who's supposed to be so upstanding.
Well, if he wants to call somebody relevance and objections over it, that's really what should receive relevance and objection.
Well, and it's interesting because they spent so much time on it. He was shut down pretty darn quick when he started insinuating or going in that regard, because she basically cut him by saying, should I object in the fact that what what did she say? What you're surmising is speculation, right? Okay, so somebody's got feedback happening.
I have been pausing on this particular photograph for a while because initially there's a couple of them like this that struck me the first time I looked through the photos and never really went any farther with it. But there are other photos where you will see these things. They're like walkie-talkies, right?
Right.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Were they in use that day? Did any teacher hop on a walkie-talkie and call to somebody and say, "Hey, help me"? Like, what do they use these for? Like, why are two of them side by side on the same shelf? Like, why isn't one in one room, one in another room? Like, I've never seen a school where they would have walkie-talkies and telephones inside the room.
Well, even if they had them, I mean, why wouldn't at least one of them be off the holder because they would be used during the situation? Right.
Well, not necessarily, because we used to take the kids for a walk around town, and you would have the line way up ahead of that teacher, and then a parent or another teacher at the back, or teacher assistant, one in the middle. Every so far, we had a line of kids we walked. So we did use walkie-talkies from the front of the line to the back of the line when we were walking the kids.
All right then.
So, yeah, so I would say that, but I mean, that's quite an expense when everything else is so scattered, a mess and everything, that they would invest in walkie-talkies when they won't even invest in the janitor cleaning. I mean, that janitor should actually be just appalled.
I never noticed this before either, but look at this. This at the back here, on the coming out of the wall. Oh, is that a flag or something? Yeah,
Yes.
I guess it is a flag. I'm sorry. I thought it was a bunch of cables or wires coming out of the wall that weren't running through some sort of conduit.
Yeah. But
Like, look at this. Look at this mess. Like, look at how everything's just.
It's like a yard sale exploded.
Yeah.
Really? For sure, yeah. A yard sale at a daycare.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying is, you put your kids back into school in this condition. Usually your little cubbies are all organized, like you see in the right-hand corner by that bookcase. Everything's organized. You have your little bins in your cubbies and, everything regarding that. But, I mean, you got files, you got stuff on the floor, you got tripping hazards, you got, fans that kids stick their fingers in, hardly get around the desk for the garbage in the way. It's so cluttered and just really messy.
I also found it interesting that they that the custodial whatever, the guy who showed up to talk about the condition of the school said, in terms of, what was it, lead paint and was it PCBs, that they only required some sort of study on them in cases of construction or demolition.
Right. Yeah.
But
well,
if you've got lead paint on the walls and you've got like small children roaming around, shouldn't that be a concern? Like, kids put anything in their mouths, right?
Yep. And their hands are on it, and
clearly there's got to be paint chips all over the place in this building, because everything is falling apart.
Yeah. And mold gets underneath paint and paint flecks, and so for conditions of cleanliness, not only that, but health reasons. I notice a lot of these classrooms don't have the alphabet above the whiteboards, and
there are a couple, and I actually found one. I found one when I was going through the photographs where the X is missing.
Huh.
I guess you don't need all 26 of them, right? I mean,
I guess not. And those are bullet holes on the door.
I love how all the chairs are still tucked in neatly underneath the table. Like there's no sign of panic or chairs overturned or
nothing pressed up against the door.
No.
I don't know what they would have moved in that room to press up against the door. Do you see that anything would have been moved or out of place, in order to barricade themselves? I don't even see
chairs neatly. Oh, I guess. Yeah.
The blind.
Oh, and here's a nice photo of one of the bathrooms. Okay, this is a very good representation of the size of the bathrooms inside the classrooms at Sandy Hook School. You can see on the left-hand side just how much space there is between the door there and the wall. Like, it ends right there, and you can see to the right where the wall is, because that is the wall, and it's the same wall that runs in behind the bathroom. So you have a pretty good idea of how much space there is from the door frame to the back of the wall. There's also a toilet there. There's no sink in that bathroom, but there is a toilet. So now stuff 15 children in there, plus a grown woman.
I wanted to say that, do you want to announce the call line? If anybody has any questions, they can call in.
Well, you have a nice voice. You can do it too.
Okay, I'll go back to the call line. We do have the listen-in line, which is 712-432-4365. And you can call in at 218-895-3818, or Skype us on FPRN Radio Live. And I believe it's 2. I think you would need to go on Skype with. Is that right, FPRN? Sorry. Yeah, FPRN Radio Live is what we are taking Skype callers in from. So if you want to join in and you have questions, if you want to make a statement regarding the hearing, we'd love to hear from you. Pressing forward, we're just waiting to find out. We're trying to make contact with Sleight of Sin to find out if he's going to conclude our broadcast today with a report directly from him who was in attendance and took the video footage you've seen today on the stream.
Yeah, there's so many redacted photos in here. It's
I know. I'm just scrolling them every time you see a flash of white at the top of the screen. That is another redacted series of photos that is going by the wayside. Like there's just hundreds and hundreds of redacted photographs.
It's almost as if these photos never actually existed, and they're just putting in the numbers, so it seems as though there was more crime scene stuff to look at.
It does really seem that way, doesn't it?
Guys, I'm going to have to get going, but I did want to say just a couple things. I got off the phone with Rich Neary, who was in the chambers the entire time. He said that 5 or 6 cameras were going at the whole time, so despite CTN not filming it, it's going to be captured. InfoWars was there, and they interviewed Wolfgang afterwards, so that's another place for people to get some information regarding the hearing. The hearing itself, yesterday Wolfgang viewed what was supposed to be unredacted dash cam video. And the fact that they claim he viewed copies that didn't have timestamps or date stamps should negate the whole process of them providing the information that he requested, if you ask me.
Well, I would think there are certainly grounds for civil action here, and I think the hearing officer would be remiss in his duties if he didn't suggest it at this point.
I will say that Rich said that you could tell by the expression on Wolfgang's attorney's face and the expressions on the faces of what he considered to be the judge and the hearing officer, that they were like almost surprised by the reluctance of Monty Frank and the witnesses to actually provide any information. They were like shocked that there would just be one objection after another, or one, can you please repeat the question? It became so obvious that they were stalling and avoiding having to provide any of the information requested. And in his opinion, being there, he has the opportunity to view them in person. He said that he does not think that they are in any way compliant with the state of Connecticut or whatever, that they were fair and impartial in their observations of what was happening there, and that they were just as much in awe of how reluctant these people were to comply as the rest of us were.
Yeah, and it was obvious, when you're handed a picture and said, have you ever inspected this area? And right away, the answer is, I don't understand the question. It was a very simple question. Have you seen this picture before? It's in front of the school. I don't understand the question. What don't you understand about the question? Do you know what the picture is of, or don't you? So it's all stall tactics. And then he kept looking again, like you said, over at the lawyer to see if he's answering the questions right. She said, hey, focus on me. I'm the one asking. Don't look over there. You're supposed to be the inspector doing your job. Do your job. Answer the questions.
As you can clearly see, the glove does not fit.
Tony, is there anything else that you wanted to add?
Now, my own observations were that obviously not all the FOIA information requested was provided, and the way they danced around everything, to me, is just more evidence of the guilt and the cover-up involved. But where we go next, I don't know. That the hearing is going to be continued. Pat Yodra, along with several other witnesses, did not show up. They were subpoenaed to show. That should be being held in contempt of court, which should be enforceable. Let's see if they do that. What do you do when someone is subpoenaed and doesn't appear? Isn't that contempt of court?
It is. Now, explain to the audience who Pat Yodra is.
Pat Yodra is the selectman, which is kind of like the mayor of Newtown, right? She's the head honcho, and they had questions for her to answer.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah. So.
Her name is spelled L-L-O-D-R-A, so I pronounce it Yodra, which I think is correct, but other people call it Lodra or Ladra or who knows.
Right.
Oh, we have a caller, apparently. Never mind, he left. I'm sorry. I should have scrolled down a little farther in that conversation before I opened my mouth. For those of you wondering, as Tony said, if you're just joining us, there were other cameras there today. There were other documentations of today's event. Perhaps we can... I don't know, maybe we can work something out in the days to come, in the next day or so, where perhaps we can sit down with Wolf with a really good copy of this hearing and go over it in a little more detail. Perhaps people would appreciate that. North, you and I and Ryan and Brian can discuss it over the next over this evening, I suppose, and decide what we want to do. But I think it's certainly worth continuing the discussion, and I would love to sit down and listen to a really, really good copy of this hearing again.
I agree for sure. And I do want to say one point that I wanted to get at was the fact that she had brought up the issue of the parent signatures being put to the board for the Super Bowl event. And, you know, all the time that they spent on the documents and the $22.50 and the janitor, you know, talking of nothing, they really skipped over that issue very, very fast. It seemed that they would not provide it whatsoever. So did you notice that on the request for the, it was touted in the media as being the Sandy Hook Choir, and attendance for the Super Bowl, the policy indicates that they must submit to the school board for the choir's attendance and the children's names and parental signatures. And they really, you know, whole thing objected, moved on very, very quickly and shortly. I had hardly any notes on that. So, but I don't know if we can establish with sleight of sin. I thank Tony for coming on the show with us and providing us with that update. I don't know if we're able to establish with sleight of sin or if he's available to conclude, but I would like to say thank you to everybody. And I don't know, do you guys want to continue or?
Well, at this point, I think, you know, I think we've probably recapped this well enough. We've been going for, well, I think 4 hours now, so I think we've done a pretty good job of highlighting the things that have gone on today. Perhaps now might be a good time to regroup and find out from the parties involved what the next step is, and then we can decide our next step. But I leave it to you to decide. I don't really have anything pressing.
Okay, well, maybe what we can do is put up a video report once we do have contact with Sleight of Sin, and we will post it, of course, on YouTube and up on FPRN or Insane Media as soon as we can. Currently, Max Resistance is down, and we're getting a security individual in to take a look at what the problem seems to be. So in the meantime, we'll just keep carrying on. How would that be?
Yeah, no, that's fine. We'll I'll provide any updates that come out as far as what the next step will be when the next hearing is scheduled for. I assume it's going to be tomorrow. I don't imagine they're going to keep Wolfgang in Connecticut. Oh, well, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Saturday, for God's sake. Right. What am I talking about? So yeah, I guess they are going to force him to make a return trip at some point, which is, I mean, I don't know if they had anything else scheduled at the FOIA commission today, but if they didn't, they should have had this thing going at 9 o'clock this morning and given them a full day to do it. We do have a phone call. You want to take one before we bail?
Sure, all right, you betcha.
Yeah, we've got a caller. Thanks, Ryan. It's 319. Welcome. Welcome, 319.
He just dropped.
He just dropped. All right, well, that's fine. Let's take that as an omen then, and we'll all go get a bite to eat and see if we can't get a hold of Sleight of Sin, and then we'll provide any possible updates we have through through the forums we have, FPRN, Insane Media. Hopefully we can find out what's going on with Max Resistance and get them back up to sweet as well. Okay.
I did want to add that we will be archiving this on fprnradio.com, and I believe the archive will be listed under Max Resistance. So it'll be fprn.com/Max Resistance, and then you can look for the archive there. And, oh, we have the caller back. Let's take him. Come on, 319. Hello? Hello, caller, are you there?
I can't handle being teased again.
Caller, you're live.
At least we hope you are.
Okay, we can hear your background. You're live, caller. Are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Perhaps we have a long delay. Caller 319,
okay, I'm able to
are
hear
you
you guys
there?
now.
If so, do you have something you'd like to say?
I apologize. I just heard you guys speak there. Thank you guys for first of all for everything that you put together with this presentation and for the your commentary. I caught most of it there at the end. I guess I would just like to add, this seems like a particular interesting event as someone who has woken up in the last year or so, 2 years, to the idea of false flags. And I guess I noticed that you're wrapping up, and I wanted to get on real quick. You know, personally, I've tried to kind of push this out to some of my friends using social media and other avenues, and it seems like it's kind of difficult to make progress and really get people to look into this. I don't know if you guys had any other tips or ideas to try to wake your friends, family, and others up, and sort of the idea of false flags, in particular to Sandy Hook.
Well, particularly to Sandy Hook, I would have to say that, you know, view the document, hand out the document. We need to talk about Sandy Hook. So that's what I would say.
That's certainly a good place to start. That's for sure. Yeah. But, you know, in regards to how to deal with family and friends in regards to not only this event, but other events like this, I find that of late to be a particularly fascinating topic, and one that I thought we could actually maybe do a roundtable about sometime in the future, because this is an issue that goes hand in hand with the sorts of things people like myself and North and FPRN Radio deal with, and that is, how do you deal with the people around you who are not yet as awake as you are? How do you talk to them? How do you help them understand? How do you deal with them if they refuse to? And some of these stories are actually kind of heartbreaking when they happen between, you know, husbands and wives, or, you know, mothers and sons, or daughters, or what have you. And as far as Sandy Hook goes, that's a tough one, because for me, Sandy Hook doesn't have a smoking gun like 3 buildings collapsing into their own footprints on 9/11, some sort of actual physical, you know, undeniable proof that something really weird happened. Sandy Hook is a whole bunch of little weird things that happened that day, from the lack of trauma helicopters being called in, to the lack of crime scene in the crime scene photos, to you know, the lack of ability of the first responders to gain immediate entry into the school. I mean, there's a whole bunch of little things, and it really is a difficult one, and I sympathize. And I think the best thing you can do is be patient and just try and present the, you know, some of the most pertinent pieces of information. For some people, it's the reaction of the parents that day, you know, how they, or that day and the days following, how they didn't seem to, you know, react in the ways you would expect people to react who had gone through an event like that. For other people, it will be, you know, the lack of blood evidence, or the lack of, you know, trauma helicopters. But I sympathize. It's a difficult one. North, do you have any particular suggestions?
I just try to find out what's critical in their lives, you know, like if, you know, if they've been sick every time they've had a shot. So I kind of approach the issue of vaccines, or, you know, just even the obvious of, you know, tilt your head up, put your nose in the air, and take a look in the sky. So there's a lot of different things, of course, that lead up to trying to awaken people and make people around you well aware, you know. So,
well, for some people, you know, you're right. Make it relatable. I mean, if you're talking to a woman with children, then, explain to them that somehow SWAT team members in that school that day managed to miss 2 grown adults inside a school, in the middle of a crime scene. How could they do that? What if that was your child? Does that seem believable to you? Would you be okay with that if that was your child stuck in a closet for 4 hours with professional police officers that couldn't find him or her? There are lots of little events within this event that could very well be relatable to specific people. So I hope that's helped in some way, caller.
Yeah, absolutely. As a father of 3 young children, you might be able to hear them in the background. That was one of the selling points for my wife. He was reluctant on the whole thing. So yeah. I definitely understand that as a valid point of why weren't parents, at least one set of parents, rushing to the scene that was hundreds of feet away from the firehouse. I mean, there's so many little points, like you said, that are, when you add them up, it's kind of ridiculous. But to try someone to look at enough little points and to really relate, I think is something that's a challenge, but I guess it's worth it. So, but anyway, thank you guys. I'll go ahead and drop off here.
It's an event that you have to have a fairly good understanding of. You have to have looked into, somewhat extensively to be able to explain it to other people, because within our own circles, we discuss it as though it's, common knowledge at this point. But, that's only because we've looked at so many of these little pieces of information. For the general person, it's difficult for them to grasp. It really is.
Caller, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My wife wanted to hear, so I put you on the speakerphone for a minute.
Well, we really appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Yeah. Tell her we said hi, and we have 3 other callers for some strange reason, so we're going to take them, and thank you very much for your
another 3 other
participation
callers.
this
I guess I was the... All right, thank you, guys.
All righty. Take care. Thank you. Okay, we have 518 on the line as well. 518, are you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, how are you, sir?
Top notch.
Hello?
Any better, I'd
Can
have
you
to
hear
be
me? I just wanted to call, and I actually,
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry.
caller. Do you have a question?
I've been looking forward to this coming up, and I just tried to get online, and I was just having a lot of tough times through Google getting in, try to see, because I know that there's video of the hearing, and I know it's done now. But a lot of people were working today and weren't able to find out what was going on, and I was just wondering if you guys could just give a review of, like, if any major questions were answered today or anything like that.
Well, there were a lot of questions, a lot of objections. I think, even to the, let me address, and one point was on contracts for porta potties and a sign that you had seen behind Jean Rosen that said everybody needs to report to the staging area. They asked about contracts for those, and of course, they weren't provided. The contracts or requests weren't provided. Much of the hearing was based on objections of anything asked, even to the point of a janitor looking at a picture, and they object to the fact that he identifies the front of the school in a picture. So, various things came up. We will have it online, and we are going to post it for you so you can view it yourself, okay?
Okay, I just wanted to say one more thing to a lot of people that are like-minded listening. I recently, you guys mentioned 9/11 a few minutes ago, and I recently watched a conference. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of her, but her name is Dr. Judy Wood, and it was a 2-hour documentary conference thing. And
where did the towers go?
I learned a lot of new things. Yeah, exactly. She talks about energy, breakthrough energy weapons, and it was really quite interesting, and I recommend others should check that out for sure.
I agree.
Okay. Well, we thank you very much for your call, caller, and your participation. We have 475 waiting for us. Thank you for waiting, 475. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
We're good. You're live.
Good. My name is Jason Truthman, and my cousin Jordan, he actually put me on to the previous hearing that was postponed on the 30th, I believe it was, or the 29th. Not too sure which day it was. But he forwarded me that video, and it got me really interested because I currently live in Connecticut, and I've always like thought, the Sandy Hook thing was just not. It wasn't. It was all off. Everything was off about it. The coroner, the guy who checked it was just. Everything was just seemed very suspicious from the get-go. And as a person that lives in Connecticut, not too far from Newtown, and I'm sitting here live watching it, and I'm looking at this, and I'm like, this is a movie. I'm like, I can't believe what they're actually doing to the populace here, and people who are actually, like aware of this stuff is going on. And I give a lot of praise to Wolfgang Halbig, for, what I mean, like going deep into it. And I definitely give praise to everyone else who back them up and support them and give them donations and whatnot. My question to you is, I got in a little late, right, during the whole interview. I got in around the time where they ordered, the last thing I remember hearing was something about the security system and whatnot, and who ordered that. But what I want to actually ask you is, do you feel like those questions that were supposed to be asked, do you feel like they got answered, and do you feel satisfied with the responses and the answers that these individuals gave? Because for some reason, I just feel like they were just beating around the bush.
Yeah. Well, I think you're a pretty perceptive fellow, because that's kind of the impression we were all left with as well.
Any effort to dodge the question was just throw out.
16 questions, and hey, give me this. My cousin shot me the video at 5 o'clock yesterday. So I only had not even 24 hours to get really hip. And I went out to the Sandy Hook Justice. I read everything, and I'm like, wow. I'm like, I'm not the only one, but the average American out there, just oh, okay, that's what they say, that's what happens, but they don't research it. And it's public knowledge that they have this information, but why can't they just answer these questions? It's ridiculous.
That is why this hearing was so important, because it doesn't even necessarily matter if the information is released. It's equally as important to be able to record their reactions to not wanting to release it. I think that speaks volumes. Even if some of this stuff eventually does not come out, the way they've dealt with this, I think will show a lot of people that there is something seriously wrong in Connecticut.
Mm-hmm. And as far
now, those 16 questions, were any of them answered? Because like I said, I got to the call a little late. So I just wanted to come up to it, because those 16 questions that were supposed to be asked, were they answered properly, and were we given a definitive fact that, okay, you know what I mean? Okay, that's your explanation. Good, we'll take it. No, it's bullshit. Pardon my French. How was it there?
No,
well,
there was not.
We've been given answers to some questions regarding the security system. We have been told unequivocally that there was no new security system installed, and that the last time the security system was upgraded at the school was, he believed, in 2007. So that is a new piece of information, something that we were told today. Whether we like that information, whether it conforms with information we already have, is another matter. But that is new information that we received today. Also, we were told today that the Newtown Police Department had no communications with the State Police Chopper 1 that was in the air, taking footage, although I don't even know if we know that for sure. I mean, it must have been doing something other than just flying around up there. But we were told today that NPD and Chopper 1 had no communications. Therefore, there were no logs to be presented, no information to be presented about their communications. So those are two new pieces of information that we got today.
Yeah, the rest weren't really satisfactorily answered.
Who ordered the porta potties from Southbury, Connecticut? Did we get that question answered or no?
No, sir. No. And they refused to answer it because they won't tell who had ordered the contracts for the porta potties nor the signs. So no, it was based as being irrelevant to the FOIA request?
Just to say hi? Like, what was the point of this hearing? Just say, hi, my name is Wolfgang Halbig. You know, I know what's going on. Like, I mean, what was the point of it? What was the point of this hearing? I mean, was the question, who advised they not request lifeguard helicopters knowing that children in school staff were seriously injured and claiming to life? That's question 4 on 60 questions of further justice. Did they answer that question or no?
No, they didn't answer the question. You're a little bit muffled, caller, but no, they really didn't get to the bottom of any of these questions satisfactorily. It was a lot of objections to.
Well, what was the point of this hearing if these questions weren't answered?
That's the point. Is you know, they're trying to make it.
That's kind of circular. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen until you get there, right? So, I mean, you have to go through the process, unfortunately. And as I say, it is equally as important, in my opinion, that we get the reactions from these people on the record, on the permanent record, so that the rest of the world can see their obfuscations, their delays, their stall tactics, their feigned ignorance. All of it. I think for that reason, if for that reason alone, it's important. So I hope that answers your question. And
I agree to that. I would like to get to the bottom of this as well, but let me ask you, this is my last question, I'll let you go. Out of the 16 questions that are on the Sandy Hook Justice site, how many were accurately answered and we have like definitive knowledge and proof that, okay, they answered these questions, they have an explanation, and, you know, we could just move on from it. Out of those 16 questions that are on the Sandy Hook Justice site, how many of those were accurately answered and that we can, like, you know, like I said, like, be satisfied with?
Well, how many were answered and how many we can be satisfied with are two completely different things, because the state will tell us that now this issue of the security system has been asked and answered. Although now for me, I have another question. So where did the letter come from that apparently came from Don Hawksprung and was sent out to all the parents of Sandy Hook School announcing the installation of a new security system? A letter that was printed by the Danbury News Times for all the world to see. Where did that letter come from? Is that letter fraudulent? Is the News Times aware that that letter is fraudulent? So yes, there were questions that were answered, although for me, they weren't answered satisfactorily. So we have another caller waiting on the line that we'd like to get to, and we thank you very much for your participation this afternoon, and we thank you very much for taking the time to call in. Really nice to hear from someone from Connecticut.
Thank you, caller.
Yes, thank you, caller. Let's move to 805. 805, are you still there? Caller 805, are you with us?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Yes. Did you ever see the official FEMA report for Sandy Hook?
The official FEMA report for Sandy Hook. I don't think I'm aware of what no.
No.
I found it, and it said that the event was for mass children killing in school and suicide.
Oh, okay. I know the document you're talking about. There is unfortunately there are some very serious questions to be asked about that particular document, and the last information I saw on it seemed to point pretty heavily towards the fact that document may have been fabricated.
Okay, because it said like the 13th was the exercise, and then the 14th was the drill.
Right.
Right. Yeah. If we're talking about the same document, I'm aware of the one you're speaking of, and the last examination of it. The last examination of it seemed to show that some of the information on an already available FEMA document was altered to make it appear as though that document was reflective of Sandy Hook.
Right, and we do know about an exercise that was carried out at St. Rosalima, right?
Mm-hmm. And there is also a document from the Massachusetts Psychiatric Society, a PDF, no, not a PDF file. Maybe it was a PDF file. I can't remember at this point. But they also list a pre-event and an event on the 14th. Like some sort of training for mass psychiatric trauma or something like that. I put it out in an article I wrote on Insane Media. So yeah, there are a few examples of predating, that's for sure. Although again, I will say that, and if somebody wants to, prove me wrong or provide some evidence about this FEMA document, but it has never been independently verified. It's never been independently found from any government site. And most of these PDF documents are available through government sites. So yeah, that document has some questions around it for sure.
And let me ask you one more question is, how about the GoFunding that were predated before the event?
Yes, we outlined that in the documentary. We need to talk about Sandy Hook, that a lot of these, well, there were two actually. There was United Way as well that had pre-released, a donation page, and various places where donation pages seem to be preset and ready to roll, and a lot of questions surrounding it, and that in its fact, how they were set up and how quickly that they were managed and put out into the public realm. It should be taken under question. And Halbig did ask for the United Way files in May, I believe, of 2013 regarding his visit then, and he got no response in regard to those requests for public accountability.
Well, and the United Way is another one whose website appeared to have gone up at least 2 days prior to the event, in conjunction with their fundraising effort with Newtown Savings Bank. That page is, the United Way of Western Connecticut, that page is highly, highly suspicious to me.
Yeah.
And let me ask you, I'm sorry, the last question is, the 3-foot hole, the glass hole where they say the police officers or troopers went through, and they couldn't fit through there, could they?
No.
Well, you know what? Regardless of whether even if they sent the smallest guy through, how bright do you have to be? I mean, if I have to go find it, I'll go find it. But there is a photo of the front of the school from the crime scene pictures where one of the outside doors is open on its own. It's not being held open by anything. It's not being, propped open by a door jam or something like that. A little something like that holding it in, a little kick stop. It's open. So how bright do you have to be to send one guy through the hole and then open up the freaking door from the other side for the other guys? Like you don't have to send 16 cops through a hole in a window unless you're, the Keystone cops or something.
Well, a friend of mine pointed out that later on they found a button where it's supposed to open it automatically from inside, and so why did they not use that? But you said the door was open anyway.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that while there is a magnetic lock on the door that could be opened from inside the office with a buzzer, with a button, if you were inside the school, all you have to do is just push on the door to open it from the inside. I mean, do you follow what I'm saying? Like once one person's inside, like once one cop's crawled through the window, all another guy has to do is just come open the door for them. It doesn't require any special lock or any special machinations once you're already inside the building.
And that's the thing, is there were live individuals inside of the building who could have easily opened the door for him after the fact. The gunman was dead, apparently, by the time they got there. Is that not correct?
Oh yeah.
So
well, it depends. I mean, there may be some evidence on one of the audio tapes of a gunshot, far later than an unexplained, what sounds like a gunshot far after when the suspect was supposedly dead. But That's neither here nor there at the moment. The official story says that he was dead by the time they actually got inside the building. Yeah.
And there was no trauma helicopter, correct?
None whatsoever. Absolutely none. And to the best of my knowledge, one ambulance was allowed down to the school out of the 9 that were there.
And how about the officer supposedly found a child that was still alive, and he ran from the classroom to the firehouse, which is almost a half a mile.
Yeah.
That's a little ridiculous.
Well, the story is absolutely full of holes, that's for sure. There is no doubt about that.
Well, they have to have heroes, you know, in the
Right.
in the production. They have to have heroes.
Let's
So-
roll.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right. You know what, caller? We have our reporter on the scene just about ready to go from Connecticut, and we have one more caller to get to. So we are going to move on from here, and we thank you very much for your participation and for joining in this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
All right, Ryan. Ryan, you say we have one more caller. Do we have? Well, I guess it doesn't matter what area code they are. You're the only caller we have on the line. So welcome, caller. If you can hear me, I'm talking to you.
I can hear you.
All right, then I'm talking to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Absolutely.
You have a question?
Okay, good. I just wanted to add that you guys talked about how Wolfgang tried to inspect the United Way records. They're a 501c3 nonprofit tax-exempt organization. And I believe he went to Connecticut to actually inspect their records and was stopped. They wouldn't even let him in the building. And I just wanted to add that because you guys had mentioned, touched on that before.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is video online that was recorded during Wolf's visit to Newtown that day, both how he was treated at the fire station when he went there, and how he was treated at the United Way offices when he went there to inspect their documents as well. He was met by a phalanx, if I might be able to throw in that word, of local police officers, and was met with hostility. And yeah, you make a very good point, caller. Thank you.
And then I just also wanted to mention one of the other callers had asked you guys how to reach out to your. I'm sorry if you guys need to go to your reporter.
You know what? That's very kind of you to ask. We'll do that in just a moment. You finish your thought.
Okay. One of your other callers had mentioned how to reach out to your family and friends and stuff and get the word out about this. And I've also run into that kind of an issue. But I was wondering if you guys have reached out to non-mainstream media people like Ben Swan or Libertarian Girl on Facebook, who both have over 100,000 followers and mostly a libertarian crowd. More people who are generally more accepting to a conspiracy theory, although I think this is pretty obvious that this is just some kind of a drill or whatever. Nobody actually died that day. So I'm just wondering if you guys have reached out to people like that.
Yes, we have. Actually, we've had several other people on the Max Resistance Roundtable and invited them as guests. A lot of people accuse us of, we're shills because of the fact that we had specific outlets come on, like Tony Stiles, or, people that they don't agree with. But that's the idea is, maybe we can persuade them to understand the situation a little better and see it from our angle. So we invite an open conversation with various people that don't necessarily agree with all of our standpoints or points on what we're looking into, so that we can possibly convince them and help them to understand. So yeah, we've reached out to a lot of people. We've had a lot of guests on, a lot of people who aren't conspiracy theorists. And, we've gotten an opportunity to introduce our thoughts to these individuals so that they could understand our perspective and where we're coming from on the so-called truth or conspiracy angle. And it's interesting because we've gotten a lot of them to start to take a look into information they wouldn't have otherwise approached. So, yeah.
Right. Well, that's great. I think you guys do a great job, and I've been paying attention to this story for a year and a half now. I called Wolfgang when I first heard about him. I was like, yeah, right. So I called him, and he answered the phone. And it was really surprising to me, and I've been following it forever, and you guys are doing a great job of covering it. And, yeah, I just think keep reaching out to that libertarian crowd because they're more accepting to the idea of our government being corrupt.
Exactly. And
Good
thank you
point.
very much for calling because you're right. We need to keep reaching out, and although we don't always agree with everybody's perspective, we still, need to make the opportunity to try and convince them or otherwise show them things that they wouldn't have looked at. So I appreciate your input, and I thank you very much for keeping up with us all. And we're just real people. That's it. Just ordinary people.
Right. That's what I love about it.
Thank you, callers,
Thanks, caller.
so much.
We really appreciate it. Before we go to Sleight of Sin, which we are going to do briefly, I want to thank Rhonda Fairman for passing along a document that I perhaps may have been mistaken about what a previous caller was alluding to when he was talking about a FEMA document regarding Sandy Hook. There was actually an emergency management course going on in conjunction with FEMA down the road from Newtown on the 14th. There are a couple of FEMA documents. This may be the one that our caller was alluding to. So if so, I apologize because this one indeed is real. There was an event going on down the road from Newtown that had to do with planning for the needs of children in emergencies, if you can believe that. On the very same day, going on about a half an hour away from Newtown in Bridgeport, on the 14th, and that really was a real event. I don't think it would what we would call a drill necessarily. As I understand it, it was more of a sort of a meeting, a discussion in terms of preparing for these sorts of things. But there were officials from FEMA and other organizations at that event that day in Bridgeport, a half an hour from Newtown, while the event in Newtown was going on. So my apologies to the caller if that is to what he was referring. If we have Sleight ready to go, let's go to Sleight, and we ask our callers to hold on the line while we check in with Sleight of Sin, and we will get to those calls just as quickly as we can. Ryan, if we're ready, you can put them on the line. Hello, Sleight, are you there?
Yes, brother. What's going on, guys?
Well, we're just
Wow.
we're just holding down the fort while you guys do the real work.
Brother, dude, let me tell you something. My ears are steaming, but I just first and foremost to extend from everybody that's here. They give sole credence to you guys, and they're saying thank you. This is on behalf of Wolf and his attorney as well. But they can't thank you guys enough for doing the live stream, and they do send their hearts out to you guys. Thank you for covering that. I do appreciate it.
You make sure you pass along to Wolf and his attorney just how much we appreciate their efforts today. I was very, very impressed with how Wolf's attorney carried herself today, how she kept the pressure on Monty Frank and Kehoe as well. I think she did a fantastic job, and I think Wolfgang acquitted himself quite well today. I think he held his own and conducted himself just as professionally as we all hoped he would.
I'd say so, man. It was almost 100 degrees in that room. Oh, Jesus.
How many people were actually in the room? We couldn't see the whole room.
Sweater, regardless of the heat of the room, man.
Sorry.
I'm still stunned.
I'm sorry, Slate. I interrupted you. I was going to ask you how many people were actually there and who was represented there. Was InfoWars, Dan Bedondi, who all was there?
All right. First and foremost, InfoWars was there, and I'm not going to go bashing people based off of what they're going to hear later on in the videos that are going to be put up on the live stream. So again, disregard that, everybody that's going to go out and view this, because there were multiple camera angles all around the room, and InfoWars was there. Dan Bedondi, they actually sent three individuals to tape two different angles, one for the faces of the gentleman who was at the podium with the witnesses, but also into the audience, their facial reactions on the questions, which I think people would actually thoroughly enjoy once those threads come out from the other individuals that will be uploading the other videos.
And I just want to take a moment to mention that while there were other people there filming, while there were other cameras there, while the Connecticut public television network is right next door, there was only one operation that live streamed this today, and that was FPRN Radio, and we thank them so very much for doing so. And to all you people who take an inordinate amount of time on YouTube for attacking Ryan and the other folks at FPRN who do such a great job, you can just go and suck it already, because he got it he got it done today, and we really, really appreciate it.
Under pressure.
Nice for the frustration earlier on today, and then the camera cutting out. The camera above on the phone, it overheated the camera and it cut the feed. I'm like fidgeting with it, but no, like I said, I hope it was somewhat flawless, or at least that was the attempt. And again, a thank you to the FBRN for definitely hosting that. It couldn't have been done without you guys. So again, special thanks out to those guys and you guys as well for covering this.
It couldn't have been done without you, Slight. Thank you for being there.
Yeah, you did a great job. I thought that was great.
Yeah, you know what? It turned out. You know what? It turned out really, really well. I was actually quite pleased with the quality of the audio. We had a video feed that we could watch as well, so we could at least get some of the reactions and follow along. Because we are a visual television generation, it's nice to have a video feed, and we can't thank you enough for providing all of that. None of it would have happened without you.
No, much appreciated, guys. Much appreciated. The turnout. Believe it or not, it completely filled the room, and there was actually still people out in the hallway. It was causing a stir because of the people that were in the room with all the individuals that were supposed to be the respondents. I mean, it was a quite comfortable atmosphere. I was happy that everybody didn't show up in these crazy costumes like somebody did the last time. But no, it went fairly well. And
can you give us an indication of who didn't show up today?
Two of the witnesses that faced subpoena just bluntly did not answer the subpoenas. So
so that was Pat Lodra.
One of the names that cannot be actually released at this point in time because it didn't get addressed at the hearing. But the other individual was the boss of Mr. Fagiola that was answering the questions regarding the work orders at the school.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Oh, very interesting. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, so Mr. Fagioli does not usurp the whoever it was that was subpoenaed. He's actually an underling.
Yes, and that's the big question here. And based off the answers that were given, I'm sure that people could come to logical conclusions here. And if I will right now, put yourself as a parent in any school district, even if you're a child right now that doesn't have kids, but your parents thought of this at one point in time. Would you accept those answers, those witnesses that were called up, especially with Monty Frank being their chief attorney? We all know about Mr. Bicycle, but would you accept those answers as being even your school district based off the pictures, which will eventually be put up? So for all the viewers, the videos that will be spliced afterwards will have the pictures that these attorneys were looking at and questioning.
We were showing them while the hearing was going on.
Slight, are you there?
Yep, I'm still here. Oh,
yeah, we were showing all those photos while the hearing was going on.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an amazing statement, and the fact that three different things. I mean, you guys all heard it. I hope you did, because I don't remember when the video cut out, but when they were asking him the questions, did you hear him state that after? And this is very important, very, very important. After the incident happened at the school, did you hear him state that they boarded up doors and windows in an active crime scene? Did anybody catch that?
Yes, I heard that. I got it in my notes.
He also mentioned. Did he not also mention removing articles and whatnot?
Because the report wasn't out yet during the timeline of when they were actually doing the investigation, as opposed to when they stated that they put the doors up after the incident had happened. I mean, my ears just, they just perked up. Like, I can't believe he just admitted this.
Yeah, and he also, he said that there was no work order to do so, and he also said that a separate contractor was hired to remove the rest of the contents of the school the next day.
Which they did not supply any of the paperwork for, in which it was requested. I mean, Monty Frank did a great job of trying to, I don't even know what the word is. What is it? Deflect, a good word? Or deflect?
Yeah, deflect. That's exactly what he did. Yeah.
I mean, I would love to hear your guys' input, even tomorrow or whatever, on what you feel with it, because I got to get going here in about 10, 15 minutes. But I mean, you guys heard and saw. I could not believe my ears at some of those statements. I'm still in shock and dismay. It's like this is my state, and it's like, am I going to go put my kid in a Newtown school that was Vanguard?
Yeah.
Tony Mead was with us for a little while. He had to take off, but he said he was speaking with Rich Neri, and Rich Neri kind of gave him a bit of an overview as to what he thought, or how he thought various participants were reacting during the course of the hearing. And he said that the board members, the hearing officer, and whoever else was with him, as well as people in the room, seemed surprised by how hard Monty Frank was stonewalling, and how many times he objected to what seemed like, perfectly reasonable questions. Did you get that impression as well?
I'm going to be honest with you. Yes, because at first I knew he was going to start objecting, just based on what we were told. But nowhere near to the extent that what he did, especially when he started bringing up, he wanted to keep objecting to speculation and hearsay. I mean, you guys heard it yourself. But then all of a sudden, he comes out in the middle of questioning a witness, I believe. I couldn't remember if the witness was there. And just starts spewing out the stuff that, I can't believe you're doing this. 26 children died. And that's just speculation and hearsay. And yet you're sitting here giving your testimony, and you're not even sworn in. I'm like, what are you doing? Everybody couldn't believe what he was saying.
Yeah. We caught it. Oh, yeah, we caught it.
I mean, I had to walk out of the room a few times to go smoke a cigarette, because I just couldn't take it. I was like, blatant lies. And just for the record, we have a lot of stuff on video over the past 48 hours that leading up to the hearing. And I do need to throw John B. Wells' program out there. They did send a camera crew here. They have been on the ground for the past 48 hours, working both in conjunction with Max Resistance and then their crew. And I just can't believe the stuff that they caught on tape is going to be released, hopefully within the next, I'd say 72 hours, once they compile the information. But some of the stuff on camera was unbelievable. So the reactions down at the town hall and all that. Just got it. Any platter.
Okay, and also you need to get your.
But yeah, we're going to publish what we can of what's going to be released and what'll be pre-released to us by various crews. So hopefully you'll stay tuned, and we'll have an opportunity to present that to the public as well, prior to other places it might be picked up.
Is there any indication, Slight, of when the next hearing date may be scheduled for?
I did not catch the very end. That was up to both attorneys to discuss. I believe at the closing of the hearing, which they have to make correspondence. And I do not know. I can't speak for Kay Wilson as of right now. They're actually in a meeting as we speak right now. But I believe what they're planning on doing is trying to get this scheduled for the earliest possible date, so that this is not pushed off any further. Because all this has to actually be closed out by July 20th, 100%. All documents that were asked for, like you said, they tried shortening the appeal questions, which they can't do. There were several questions that were moved around in order to deflect from being answered, but the relevance of them was so important for the next question that, like, say, Kate Wilson was doing with a witness. The deflection basically just pushed off the process.
Right, and I noticed
Addressing that the next hearing, that's why the hearing officer stated, hey, we need to make sure we have a proper time amount allotted for this, because the respondents have just had 2 individuals that have blatantly disregarded the commission's subpoenas for showing up. So we're going to basically give the complainants the benefit of the doubt for this and allot them the amount of time that they need at the next hearing.
What do you make of this issue of the dash cam footage that Wolf was supposed to have, sort of unfettered access to, that turns out to not apparently be the original footage?
From what we have, and I could actually attest to this, it is on camera what they viewed. So everybody will eventually be able to see what they viewed. This was claimed to have been redacted, but from what we can understand, the reason that they were redacted is because when you look at the footage, one, it's not time-stamped or anything like that, but the actual testimony within the police report completely contradicts the video that you're about to see with that particular police officer that they claimed was him. So they're going to have an issue.
So the footage really could have come from any time, any place.
Yes. That's why the question came up today during the hearing, is because they're going to have to prove where that came from. And if they do stick a time and date stamp on this to the hearing, well, there's a backup plan to that. Like I said, you guys only heard maybe a third of the firepower that was going to be used against the respondents today. Only a third. The rest of it, like I said, they had 2 witnesses show up. They didn't even get to do the third one today. They were going to, but they said at the last minute, we need to session and call all 3 in at a different hearing date, so you guys have the proper amount of a lot of time.
But wasn't Wolfgang supposed to be allowed to see the unredacted dash cam footage?
Oh, he did. That's the problem.
Well, but how could it have been unredacted if it didn't have timestamps?
Well, that's the question. They have to prove that video took place on that day. So the burden of proof is still back into the respondent's court to still prove that video happened on that day. But the problem that they're facing is that this is still a classified police investigation by the FBI. So if you're telling me that was entered into the FBI's file, based on the sworn testimony of the police officers that was released in the Connecticut State Police Report, you have officially just stated that report and findings is false. So if you put a time and date stamp on the footage that didn't have it, you have now admitted that it's false even more, because now we have testimony stating that officer did the exact opposite of what his testimony said. So I mean, the ball is really in their court now. They're crapping their pants.
Well, they said his statement is that it was a copy of their original, because they did the best they could to copy it, because they didn't have the equipment or some strange kind of twist that these $1 million cop police agencies don't have the equipment to copy video. She did say that I was quite astounded, because she did say there were 22 units between the Newtown units, just the Newtown units, an area that none of the dash cams seem to be available from them, and the request does cover all of them. Also, the fact that she asked, did Newtown have direct contact with state police back and forth, and the questioning seemed to indicate they did not. So they weren't even coordinating with each other while they were standing right beside each other.
Exactly.
So let alone that they didn't even have contact with the helicopter up in the air. So who requested the helicopter, and why was it there if they didn't have contact with it?
That is the point in question, and this is where they have just put themselves in a huddle here, because the fact that particular unit was not noted as being actively participating within the, I'm going to keep calling it an incident, because the proper terminology I learned, I got slapped in the face this morning for this, but we are calling this officially now an incident. Right. Because if you can't account for your aerial vehicles as such, well, how were you guys coordinating it on the ground, and why did you guys give such a vague police description through your 911 calls and the transmissions?
Well,
this is doing is putting the burden of proof on them again to now show that there was contact, and more contact than what was put out in the police report for everyone to view. The problem is if they do put that contact information out with their transmissions, they essentially have just proven that this was not a real incident.
Also, I wanted to say, in the fact that the 911 caller came in as unwanted person with medium priority. So, you know, you wonder, did that go out to all units in that regard, eh?
Well, you know what, underneath that heading, like if you continue to read the detail call for service report, the first indication you'll see that there is an event going on at Sandy Hook is a call taken by 911 that says caller indicates someone is shooting the building. That is the very first response, the very first indication that Newtown Police Department has that there is some type of incident going on at Sandy Hook School. Now, based on that, you know, frantic phone call that we've heard time and again, replayed over and over and over again in news reports, you know, caller indicates she thinks someone is shooting in the building. Would you, after that, go ahead and label this a medium priority event with an unwanted person? Does that seem logical?
Well, here's the question, Swan, and going off of what you just stated. You saw Mr. Kehoe come up to the witness stand and state that, yes, this was an accurate log. Well, when he was questioned about the priority not being high as opposed to what it was noticed at as medium, we can actually reference the Newtown Police Department, and people need to forget this. Let me clarify this very quickly. What you guys heard was the 911 calls. Internal emissions are on another channel that are captured outside of that, which is pure audio, which is police transmissions. It has nothing to do with the 911 system. After carefully listening to 3.5 hours of the police transmissions from Newtown Police Department, which are online, I do have them on my computer right now from Radio Reference. Thank you to, I'll throw her name out, Tiffany. Thank you for getting me those. You'll see that there was no priority in their voices whatsoever. And the fact that they labeled it as medium, they suddenly on the radios react as medium, if not low. So the proof again comes back into the case of the town and town. Where was your expedience on this, and why was an all call not put out by your units rather than the state police doing it after they arrived approximately 10 to 15 minutes later?
So actually, I tend to take that detailed call for service report at face value. Like I tend to think that description of events seems to fit better with with how things unfolded that day. You know, it's like some person down there making a scene about something, but not dangerous, not violent, not ready to shoot anybody. Like that seems more in keeping with how everyone reacted that day. The reason there were trauma helicopters called, it seems to fit. While we have a brief lull here, we do have a caller who's been waiting on the line slight, so perhaps we'll. Are you ordering lunch somewhere or something? Are you getting ready to eat? Or
no, these guys just ordered for me, so I got a little bit of extra time. So
Stay on the line because we don't have to let you go to take a caller.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
All right, so let's take caller 402. Welcome, 402, to the program this afternoon. Or is it evening yet? I don't know anymore.
Well, hello. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Welcome.
Okay, I had basically some comments, and I know an individual that lives there at Sandy Hook when this happened, and she stated the very same thing that they were saying, that there was I forgot exactly how it was put, but what you said about the first call about having a stranger at the school, an intruder at the school, and that's what she said about St. Rosalima, that's all she knew was there was. I asked her what happened, and she said they had some sort of incident at the school, and it was some sort of man walking around the parking lot at St. Rosalima. So how is that possible that this would be that much of a... It was that Friday.
Right, that's a little bit of a testament in there, if you wouldn't mind, Swan.
Sure, go. Yep.
The thing dealing with that is that this still has, again, this isn't back in the everybody's only seen a third of the conversation here. The question of the footage is going to be most likely potentially brought up in the next phase of this thing, because they're going to ask why officers were dispatched to, how the caller stated, to St. Rose of Lima, apparently on the same day. My point in question here is that something that everybody has been going off of speculation on? You heard here today in the hearing room, apparently the media is irrelevant. I mean, did everybody hear that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so if the media is irrelevant, what about Paul Vance standing up at being taped by the media, stating that any disinformation that is being put out, blah, 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 blah? Well, didn't he in his own statement now state that now anything the media put out, they should be held liable? They put out the footage of all the police officers going to St. Rose of Lima, not Sandy Hook Elementary. The call makes a great point, but I'll let the caller keep going. Please, I apologize.
Oh, that's fine. I'm trying to get a delay, so I don't quite know where to input. The other thing was, having some personal judging there, secondhand, that, was very personal to me. I wanted to know that my friend's family was okay. And the same question she has now, but she won't go on there, is how come no one has filed a suit against the conduct of law enforcement with the footage that they released in their report, where they have food along the top of the cars or on the hood, and that would inhibit them, doing what they needed to do if they had all this all over, and they did. They showed it in their own videos, and if that was my child that died in there, I would be furious about that. They were still looking for a live shooter.
It's difficult to reconcile, the slow violin, sappy music, we're so sad, most traumatic day of my entire life, with the image of, police officers smiling while they snack on potato chips and soda pop or water, right in the heart of the crime scene, essentially. Like the two don't reconcile very well. They don't seem too terribly traumatized to me.
Well, something to add into what you had said, Swan. That was very interesting here.
I mean, they were all really hungry that day, right? They had pizza delivered, they had chips, they had all this bottled water ready to go. I mean, it was like a freaking picnic out there that day.
Well, that's what it seemed, and the question still remains that got brought up, that was going to be brought up today, that I don't think they wanted being asked, is why were only 4 police dash cams put into the Connecticut State Police report when more than 45 cruisers showed up that day?
Right.
Really think about that question.
Right. And
or out of like 45 or 50 or however many were actually there. Where all those dash cam footages? Why aren't they included in the police report? They're all potential witnesses. If you think about it, the camera itself.
Yes, somebody could have run past the car. Somebody could have been hiding.
Because there is all the other dash cams to line all this footage up. They don't want to see it. Guess what? We found out.
I figured it out. But yeah, I guess his point and what his statement is the fact that all of these cameras are witnesses. All of these various, they're looking for a live suspect. They could have caught it on camera somewhere on a dash cam.
Oh, no, absolutely. You see the point in that. It's a fallacy. I mean, that's just my personal opinion after what I've seen. But I mean, this should be discussed. This question should come up now.
I agree. Like I said, there was 22 cruisers apparently just from Newtown area. So you're saying that there was well over 45 cruisers from the state and local law enforcement?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you guys could even bring it up on screen, I mean, just look at the aerial views and start at one corner of the parking lot near the entrance where Lanza's car was found, and count all the cruisers all the way up Dickinson Drive, all the way up to the firehouse, their parking lot, to the front of the firehouse, and even on the road. And you got to ask yourself, all of those are operational within the state of Connecticut. What Mike Kehoe was asked today is, why is it that basically you guys neglected to include Trooper 1? Well, the reason the helicopter is so important is because you neglected basically all of the other cruisers and vehicles that you quoted as stating being there. Every single one of those dash cams is a potential witness to everything that was going on that day. Why was it not included into the police report? And why did you say that a helicopter was in the air?
Right. Did they make any statement in regard to that any of this had been kept or submitted to the FBI for evidentiary submission?
Mike Kehoe's statement today said that Newtown Police Department officially, and Kay actually went back and stated a second time just to make sure he said what he said, was that Newtown Police Department did not have any communications or transcripts at all showing that they had spoken with Trooper 1 helicopter from the state police in the air that day. And that's
okay. Just to be the devil's advocate, but is that not possible? Could they not have just been liaisoning with state police on the ground who were in turn communicating with Trooper 1?
Well, if you remember, when the transcripts came out, they were color-coded regarding transmission lines, whether it be Newtown PD, whether it be the 911 dispatcher, whether it be Connecticut State Police. They were listed. So the question is here, where are the listings of their transmissions showing up on scene? They should have been included in that report. They were requested for suspect search. Why would you be searching for suspects if the entire area and its surroundings were cleared by 11? I think it was 10 something. They didn't request that helicopter until 11 something. And they were up in the air for 3.5 hours? Come on now.
Yeah, nobody had contact with them.
You would have had to have been Newtown PD, not even the state police. It was an asset that was allocated to the town at that time. So it was a jurisdiction issue, but it's not annotated. Even by the state police report. I mean, they put the report out. They're not even admitting that a chopper was in the air.
Right. And that's the thing, is if a suspect was on the ground or suspicion, you would think that an open mic would be available for that chopper in order to communicate between the two. So what's the point of having it there if they're not coordinating? But apparently they weren't even coordinating with the police, state police standing right beside them at the same time from his statements. But yeah, it was, I wanted to ask you, what was, I noticed the action of the applaud when Wolfgang said, because, they said, why are you questioning that these documents are real or not? And Wolfgang said, because I don't trust you. And of course, the applause broke out within the room. What was your reaction amongst the audience?
Oh, they were astounded that he actually said that, because not a single person in that room trusted him, including if you looked at Tracy Brown's face while she was questioning throughout this, which was the lady sitting next to the hearing officer, building up to that, even she, after the reactions and the questions being answered, she was even starting to get stifled and saying, wait a second here. These are very simple questions. I can't believe the way that you're answering this. And the entire room knows they're full of crap.
Oh, of course, because they handed him a picture. An objection is that he identifies the front of the school. It's objected. It's like, why? He's just saying it's the front of the school,
Exactly. So, it was killing time. I mean, it was expected. Like Monty Frank ultimately today, with the way that he objected on certain things, did push Kay off to certain things here that she had wanted to actually express. But now that they wanted to continue this, she can now come back to them, because everything is in accordance as if this meeting and this hearing started. And right now there is a pause. So when it picks up, she has now the opportunity, because it was agreed both parties, they can now go back to the original statements, the original questions. They can actually review the audio from the hearing now up until the time of the next hearing, and go back and restate a question or re-ask a question, because the commission granted the continuance. You understand?
Yes. Yeah, so it's like you're starting fresh, a new day with this knowledge, and you get to question everybody. So everybody who's appeared currently, will they have to appear for the next hearing as well?
The way that it was stated, I believe by Monty Frank, he wanted it to where they would close out about 20 minutes left before they even closed the building. But from what I understand, they allowed for any further questioning to make it to where those do not have to show back up at the next hearing. And I believe they agreed. Don't quote me, but I don't think they have to come back.
Right. Okay. Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, we are coming up on the bottom of the hour here, and you have supper comes. Perhaps we'll let you get to that, and we will take a moment to wrap things up. Thank you again for all your help today and all you've done over the last few weeks, especially to help make all of this happen. I know we appreciate it, and I'm sure Wolf does as well, so good on you.
Hey, guys, thank you so much for what you guys are doing. Everybody appreciate it here, and like I said, everything is a team effort. Let's just get this thing done.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you know, being live, I love the reaction. I love that we got to see it live. It was great. So thank you so much for all your effort, for sure.
No, appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much, and you guys have a great night.
All right, you too, man. Take care.
Thanks for
Bye.
All right, I think that'll do it. We're coming up on the bottom of the hour, 6:30 Eastern. 5 hours we have been on the air with this afternoon. Bringing you Wolfgang Halbig's first appearance at the Connecticut Freedom of Information Commission in regards to documents that he has been requesting for, well, almost going on 2 years now, I guess. And it was an exciting afternoon. I think it went just as well as I would have hoped to have gone. I'm impressed with his attorney. I think he is doing a fantastic job. I hope she continues in that vein. I want to thank FPRN Radio, of course, for helping to put all this together. Brian Roberts as well, who I'm sure did something, even though I'm not aware of, but I know he was in there like a dirty today helping with this. Up north of the 49th and Max Resistance, insanemedia.net. We will provide some updates on insanemedia.net as they become available to us until we can get Max Resistance back up and running and find out exactly what happened with that blog over the last couple of days. I find that highly suspicious as well. I'm glad we were all able to pull together. Tony Mead for being here, 03 for being here as well. Everybody who participated in the YouTube chat today, we thank you so very much for keeping this topic alive, for continuing to discuss it, and to follow us and support us. We appreciate that very, very much. So unless anybody else has anything they want to say, we'll shut her down for now, and we'll let you know as soon as we have something new. So for the time being, stay human, keep resisting.
Thank you.
I think you need to be a lot more specific about that, because the work orders that we're referring to weren't requested until after May 2014.
Okay, then let me switch gears. Where's the time? Did you just put it here? Okay. So I'm referring now to Respondent to Exhibit 2. Mr. Halbig, I'm going to direct your attention to the response under subsection 1 of that letter dated September 3rd, 2014, in which it indicated that non-privileged and non-exempt documents would be produced once they received a check for $22.50. Would that be, what, 45 pages?
Absolutely, we would not answer.
Okay.
Right.
Now, so that's 45 pages we're talking about. Now, when you went to view those documents yesterday, were there 45 pages?
They were way over 45 pages.
Okay. How many pages do you think there were, Mr. Halbig?
Over 100.
And what was the impetus for you to want to inspect those rather than receive cold copies?
Because the last time they sent me documents, there were documents that were not relevant to my request, and I had to pay for them. Or through my attorney's office, which I found out through Mr. Frank that he never paid him for those records. And you sent those records without me even paying them, without paying you. I can't believe you did that. That violates the FOIA laws. You send me documents and you complain that I didn't pay you. How is that even possible?
Okay, so Mr. Halbig. Okay, okay, good. Now, Mr. Halbig, why do you believe that the documents that are referred to in FIC case 14461 concerning porta potties ordered from Chatfield Porta Potties in Southbury, Connecticut, on or before December 14, 2012. Why do you think that those copies of the bill for installation exist?
Because those porta potties were delivered to the school board property, and you can see them being staged on school board property. Therefore, the director of facility has to have knowledge, or he had to order those porta potties since it's on their property. One thing, school boards don't allow other things come on their property unless they order it or they're in control of it.
Okay. Yes.
Would you please, if you could clarify for the record, the porta potties that were delivered onto the property, they were delivered on the date of the incident?
Yes, ma'am. Within 3 hours of the incident.
Okay. I have no further questions for Mr. Halbig.
I had just one.
Oh, you have the follow-up?
Yeah, I do, real quickly. Mr. Halbig, I believe you testified that it's your understanding that your attorney never provided money for the prior documents that you received. Is that correct?
Well, I think, if I remember correctly, I got a message from you saying that I never paid for documents that you prepared.
The picture is that your attorney sent a check for $19, and once that check was received, your attorney received the package of documents.
I don't know. My attorney has $9,000 to take care of all this, and I shouldn't have got a memo from you saying I didn't pay my bill.
I'd like to. I'll clarify that it's attorney Spinella, not attorney.
Somebody sent an email after that day saying that I didn't pay for the record. I mean, that's for somebody to do. Well, he paid for one.
Wait a minute. Okay. Well, we're not going to object to this.
No, we don't object to it.
All right, so respondent three.
Yes.
I proceed. Yes, thank you. Which I'm showing with marked as Exhibit 3, response to the June 13th letter from your attorney, Paul Spinella, to me. You have that part?
Yes, I did.
All right. It says in response to your letter, June 9, 2014, I enclosed our check for $19. You see that?
Yes, I did.
Do they reason believe that the check for $19 was not enclosed in this letter?
No, I believe you got it.
And in response to that payment, you received documents. Isn't that correct? I'd like to offer this, please, as response to Exhibit 4.
About the same thing.
Objection.
Essentially, it's the same package we have, Commissioner, we don't object.
All right, so we're dealing now with.
So what is it that we have now?
This is 461, first appeal. Fund 4, Fund 4, the 4 exhibit. And in this letter to your lawyer, it states the responsive documents are enclosed. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And there is a stack of documents attached, right?
Which are not relevant to what I was asking for. You send me documents that
There's a stack of documents request.
Well, absolutely, you send me documents.
So if we turn the page to the third page, following page, there are documents related to the security system, is that right?
I stated that earlier. I did get documents for the security system.
And on the next page is a revised agenda for January 23rd, 2013, right?
23rd?
January 23rd, 2013.
Right, but I got also one for January 24th, which is the same day.
Please answer my question. There's a revised agenda that's attached for January.
Yes, I got it.
Correct. And that's what you asked for, isn't it?
No, I asked for consent agenda attachments that explain what's on the agenda. I mean, on the school board consent agenda. School board has a consent agenda, and every board member gets attachments that explains what's on the agenda, what the issue is. That's what I wanted to see, but you did not provide.
If you flip the page, the next page, and the next page,
go ahead.
And you keep going through the stack. Those are all attachments to the January 23rd agenda, aren't they?
No, they're for January 8th.
Those are minutes from the January meeting that was attached to the consent agenda. Isn't it?
Nope.
I think
Not to my understanding.
if you look at the consent agenda, item 1, there are 3 bullet points. You see that? Listen, Mr. Halbig.
Gotcha.
The first bullet point says item 1 consent agenda. You see that? Sir, yes or no?
The consent agenda says minutes of December 17th. It says Newtown High School reading.
Stop you there. Minutes of December 17th, 2012. You see that?
I didn't ask for the minutes. I did not ask for the minutes of December the 17th.
What you asked for, sir, are the documents that were provided to the Board of Education in connection with the revised agenda.
For January 23rd.
Exactly. So bear with me and we'll just take you through this. Item number 1 is the consent agenda, right? Item number 1, I got January 23rd.
I'm here for you. Go ahead.
The first bullet point says minutes of December 17, 2012.
That's true.
All right, turn the
Next
page.
one. What's the next one, sir?
Turn the page. Turn the page.
Okay.
Those are minutes of the Board of Education for December 17, 2012, right?
Right, that's not what I asked for.
The next item,
January 8th.
and if you turn 2 pages back,
I didn't ask for January 8th, but you made me pay for it. Next page is what?
I think I made my point.
You asked for all supporting documents, and those could be considered supporting documents.
They are the supporting documents.
He understands how consent agenda works in public schools. I've been the school administrator. If there's one thing I know, is how we post consent agendas. And I'm looking for the support.
So, Mr. Halbig, what is it that you actually thought you were going to get when you asked for these documents?
Well, I was looking forward for January 23rd on the consent agenda. When the board approved that consent agenda 5-0, you should have seen field trips for 26 children going to the Super Bowl in New Orleans, which is an out-of-state field trip, which has to be approved by the principal. the superintendent, and the school board. Nowhere on any of those documents have I reviewed, can you find that field trip signed and approved? That's what I'm looking for. And it should be on the consent agenda, and the reason I say that, sir, is because if you look at the document that he just provided to me, you can actually see a field trip being approved on the consent agenda. Field trips are approved on consent agendas. You just cannot find the one that I'm looking for, and that's why I picked January the 23rd, because that's the last possible date for a field trip to be approved going to the Super Bowl out of state.
No.
Thank you.
I'd like to examine Mr. Halbig on one last point.
Okay.
Mr. Halbig, I'm directing you to a document that purports to be part of the board school rules. Where did we find this?
Well, first thing I looked up is the school board policy, which I guess the town oversees. It's school board policy 8-407, which is a board policy, and it is
Question was, where do you find? I think that's been answered.
school board policy.
And what does that policy say?
The policy says, and it describes that any performance by a musical group has to follow these procedures in order to be authorized on the field trip.
And what is that procedure?
The procedure is it has to be approved by the school principal. And first of all, his idea is the next step is the principal has to recommend that these 26 children from Sandy Hook are allowed to, remember, it's the Sandy Hook Elementary School choir, that they're allowed to travel on this field trip to New Orleans to participate in the NFL Super Bowl singing pregame. The principal submits the field trip form to the superintendent. The superintendent has to prove it and send it to, well, that's great, but I'm not.
Please answer my question. Is that how the town responded?
That's how you responded.
And you're here today, so you just don't believe it, is that right?
I'm not getting it in the right end. I don't believe it.
And if I turn to the last one, number 8, you testified that you did not receive a copy of the sign-on log referred to on a traffic sign posted outside the Newtown Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14, 2012, right? And the town responded that it does not have that document, right?
But you have nothing. You don't have any documents. I mean,
that's my question. Isn't that what it says? The town does not have responsive documents.
Absolutely, but you have documents from nobody.
And you just don't believe them, right?
I don't believe you. I don't trust you.
Excuse me?
Don't do this, guys.
There can be no such disruptions in this hearing. If that does occur again, the commissioner has the ability to clear the room. Thank you.
So, Mr. Halbig, you're here today because you do not believe that the town has porta potty records or responses in connection with the signage. Is that right?
No, I believe the school board. I believe the school. I want this on the record. I believe the school board has the records. They have school board policies. They're required to show the expenditure, taxpayer dollars.
You have.
That is outside of the law. What they're required of. So let's try and stay focused on the FOIA.
I agree, but I'm the custodian is not the custodian of records, even though he writes that in there.
Do you have any reason to believe that I was not responding on behalf of the Board of Education, the town of Newtown, and the Newtown Police Department?
I do not believe.
Bring your attention to the next appeal, which is emails to and from school principal Dawn Oxfrom and her assistant school principal. You see that?
Absolutely.
And there was an objection that was raised by the town in connection with that.
With every other question, yes.
And did you ever respond to that objection?
I did not. My attorney didn't respond to the objection.
You or your attorney respond to that objection?
He did not respond to the objection, even though I told him to respond. Obviously, he didn't follow my directions. That's why I fired him.
But neither you nor your attorney ever responded to that objection, correct?
Absolutely.
Do you know whether or not the Sandy Hook School had an assistant school principal during the period of your request?
I don't know. When you call, they don't tell you who it was.
Do you know whether or not the Sandy Hook School had an assistant school principal?
When I call, they don't tell me that. I don't know whether they had one or not.
You're asking for documents from an assistant school principal without knowledge of whether one existed at the school or not.
Well, there was one identified, the lady who was shot supposedly was the assistant principal.
And is your understanding that was her title?
That's what they said in the news report.
Objection to that on hearsay grounds.
Okay.
The Commissioner, may I address that? I didn't really get a chance to. Mr. Halbig is testifying regarding his understanding of events as they unfolded. And I think it should not be sustained because I think that he ought to be able to testify as to what he believes and thought at the time. At issue here is the sincerity and appropriateness of Mr. Halbig's request. His train of thought regarding this is very much at issue, so I respectfully request that you allow him to continue that testimony and allow that to remain on the record.
Okay. I just want to, this is the same, you know, he's already labeled a lot of different other beliefs that he has, especially based on some of the documents that are presented. So I'll give you some latitude on this. I have to give away his beliefs don't hold any credibility. There's no witness to stand. I'll give you that. That's one thing. I'll say I'll give you the opportunity, but his beliefs don't carry any weight as far as whether or not because he believes that there's a principle or not. Well, unless you have an objection, we'll continue this. But I can only give it the weight it's
Well, Your Honor will give it the way it deserves according to your discretion. That is a better outcome than simply sustaining the objection and not allowing it to be on the record.
The fact of the matter is that he's relying on newspaper articles.
I addressed my comments to the Commissioner until I'm...
Okay. I'll if you want to keep that line of question.
I'll move on, it's okay. Draw your attention to the first request, copies of all maintenance work orders submitted by the school principal or designee of the school district for any repairs, new classroom doors, or painting from July 1, 2012 to December 13, 2012. I believe you testified that you reviewed those documents yesterday.
I did yesterday for the first time after a year of request.
And when were those documents first made available to you?
Yesterday.
All right. Isn't it a fact that they were made available to you more than 6 months ago?
Absolutely not.
could offer this, please, as respondents to.
I haven't seen it yet. Let me just, if I may, Commissioner.
First question?
We'll accept it. We've seen it before, Your Honor.
So that'll be marked as.
Full exhibit. All right. Halbig, I'm directing your attention to item number 1. And the response. Okay, so item number 1 is your request for maintenance work orders that are the subject of your appeal, correct?
That's true.
All right. And this is a letter from either your attorney dated September 3rd, 2000.
That's true.
Can you read the response to item 1, please, out loud for the record?
The firm represents Newtown Police
No, the
Department.
response to item number 1.
Oh, non-privileged and non-exempt documents will be produced once received a check made payable to the town of Newtown in the amount of $22.50, 50 cents per page as provided under FOIA.
Did you ever provide a check to the town of Newtown in the amount of $22.50?
I was not going to.
Did you ever provide a check?
I was not going to.
Answer my question.
No, I did not.
Did you ever make arrangements before yesterday to come view the documents at town hall?
I made arrangements through my attorney a long time ago to come and inspect. Matter of fact, on May the 6th, I was scheduled to come and inspect the records at the Newtown School Board offices.
With respect to this document, the maintenance work orders, did you ever make arrangements to come view the documents that are the subject of your request prior to yesterday?
Yes, on May the 6th.
All right, do you have any documents to support that?
Yes, I do. I'll be glad to provide it. I do have it.
Yeah.
May 6, 2015.
May 6, 2014, when I appeared before the school board requesting the release of documents which they refused.
In response to the September 3rd, 2014 letter that's before you, and yesterday, that time period specifically, did you make any arrangements to come to town to inspect the documents or provide a check for $22.50, in which case the documents would have been provided to you?
No.
And specifically as to, turning to item number 2, copies of all emails that we referred to previously. The response with the objection is the objection that you testified to earlier, your attorney never responded, correct?
Come again?
The objection to item number 2, that's the objection that you testified to earlier today, your attorney never responded.
No, you've never responded.
And let me break this up. This letter is dated September 3rd, 2014, correct?
Correct.
In response to item number 2, there is an objection. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And neither you nor your attorney ever responded to that objection.
But that's why it's an appeal.
before taking the appeal, you never responded to that objection.
That's why it's on appeal, because you never responded.
Before, please answer my question. Before taking the appeal, you never responded to that objection.
No, because we never got answers from you.
Please answer my question, yes or no.
No.
Did you respond
No.
to the objection prior to taking the appeal?
Our attorney never responded.
And after taking the appeal, have you ever addressed this objection?
That is I don't know, my attorney handled it.
Are you aware of your attorney ever addressing that objection?
He filed an appeal.
Other than the appeal?
No.
Nothing further.
Mr. Halbig, how did you make arrangements to view the documents we were just testifying to, the work orders that were the subject of a FOIA request? I believe you testified that on May 6, 2014, you would try to schedule an opportunity to view those documents. Through what means of communication did you try to schedule that?
Excuse me.
And Michael Kehoe, the chief of police, that you were requesting maintenance work orders by the principal or designee showing the date of completion of the repairs, together timestamps showing the job completion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The documents speak for themselves.
Okay. And did you ever receive copies of the signed work orders signed by the principal or designee showing the date of completion of the repairs, together with a timestamp showing the job completion?
I have not.
Okay. Did you receive any work orders at all from the town?
I received work orders yesterday at a meeting with Monty Frank here, in which he supplied us work orders.
Okay. And again, if I may hand the original to you, Commissioner, and a copy to opposing counsel. And
I haven't seen it yet.
Ms. Halbig, would these be...
These appear to be a
or that Mr. Halbig reviewed yesterday, as the commissioner will see when he looks at them if they're entered. None of them are signed. I think we can stipulate to that. And the request specifically asks for signed work orders and
because as we inform counsel, the documents that they seek with a sign-off by the principal or designee just don't exist.
So as far as these, do you have a copy of what you had turned over to them?
I do. I brought everything that we turned over to them.
So do you want this to be put on the record, or would you rather have more full representation of what you turned over to the record?
For purposes of her examination, she can do what she wants. I think the record will show that we fully complied with the book.
Okay, well, we put this on the record.
But for purposes of identifying that this is just a portion of what they're only putting in a portion of what was turned over.
I have the original and 2 copies for the commissioner. And I'll hand them to me. Bishop Brown?
Before you can say, let's just catch up on which exhibits we're doing.
So this is going to be my complaint exhibit B.
Pardon me, it's B. B. Approximately, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. We appreciate your preparation, but we only need one copy, so we can back to it.
Okay, very good.
If you have an extra,
It's B. Your B was confirmed. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Halbig, did you have an opportunity to review what's been marked as complainants B?
Since we only received them yesterday for the first time, I've requested these for over a year, and yesterday was the first time that I was allowed to see these documents. And there should have been no reason for those documents
Objection.
being withheld.
Objection, non-responsive.
I've reviewed the documents since I got them yesterday. Yes, I have.
Okay. And looking at complainants Exhibit B, Mr. Halbig, do you see any signature by any of the principal, assistant principal, or designee showing the date of completion of the repairs?
No, if you look at the document at the bottom, it says the technician's name. It should be signed, dated.
Objection.
I'm just waiting what the document says.
Document speaks for itself.
Yeah, they signed it.
They have not signed it, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Halbig, did you also request, by virtue of the FOIA request dated October 29, 2014, copies of all email correspondence from the school principal, Dawn Hawksfront, and her assistant, dating from May 1st, 2012 to December 13th of 2012, to the following district departments: Human Resources, Finance Department, Maintenance Department, Staff Development, Assistant School Principal, Assistant School Superintendent, School Superintendent, Food Services Provider, School District Transportation Provider, and Curriculum Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever receive any copies of any emails from school principal Dawn Hawksfront and/or her assistant school principal for that time period?
Not as of this date.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm turning my attention now to file FIC 2014-461. And this is basically the same drill as before. I would like the certified, not certified, pardon me, the FOIA request that accompanied the appeal for FIC 2014-461, dated April 25th, 2014, marked as complainants Exhibit A. Thank you, Attorney Brown. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Brown. All right, Mr. Halbig, in this request dated April 25th, 2014, which has been now marked as complaint as Exhibit A, information regarding the Sandy Hook Elementary School security system, including the name and address of the contractor who installed the security system in operation at the school before December 14, 2012.
Yes, I did.
Did you ever receive any of that information from the town or the school board?
I received it from my attorney.
And what did you receive?
I received a document, a purchase order that was generated in the year 2007, 2008, showing the installation of a security system at Sandy Hook Elementary School, and that's not what I was looking for.
And was there any reason you had a belief that there was a newer security system that was at the school?
Yes, ma'am. The national news media, all major channels carried the story the next day of the incident. I have, if you provide the document.
If you're referring to a newscast are hearsay.
It's published.
Doesn't matter if it's published in the paper or if it's on the TV station. What's in the public media is not credible information.
Okay.
So the question was the state of mind and what led him to believe it. So it's not necessarily the truth of the matter asserted. It's what made him believe that there was such a thing.
And I'll also note as a further objection that request 1A is not a request for document.
Well, further on, there is on 1A, 1C in that same section of the exhibit, which has been marked as complaint as A, dated April 25th, 2014. It says in C4, copy of the contract for installation of the security system in operation at the Sandy Hook Elementary School before December 14, 2012.
And that was provided.
Well, Mr. Halbig, did you get a copy of the contract for installation of the security system in operation at the Sandy Hook Elementary School before December 14, 2012?
I did not get a copy of the brand new security system that was installed based on.
Objection. It assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Okay, let's put it in evidence then.
Yeah, she asked the question that if he's gotten any, his answer was no, he did not.
The question assumes that there was a, quote, new security system there. That fact has not been established. And it's not part of what was asked.
So far, we're only going off of the 2008 installation. We don't have an opportunity.
Understood.
To provide that.
Not yet.
Is there any objection?
There is. I don't know what it is. Your speaker saying.
What is it?
Well, it is a republication of a letter from, ostensibly from Oxford, who is a school principal, in which she indicated that there was the district would be implementing a security system as part of their ongoing efforts to ensure student safety. The letter goes on to outline the procedure, and the letter was dated prior to December 14, 2012. I believe it was in the fall of 2012.
You think it's the letter you're putting in?
Well, it's a republished copy of the letter.
You say published, what are we talking about?
It is on Tribune Digital and the Current.
Oh, it's the news story?
Yes.
No objection is this is hearsay?
It is. And it also doesn't appear to be authentic.
Okay, we're gonna uphold the objection.
Okay. All right.
The school board to be placed on the agenda, consent agenda, for them to approve it, authorizing to leave out of state to perform.
I'm going to object to that testimony that characterizing the document is not in evidence. And I would offer.
Can you read it? Would you read it for the record?
No.
I mean,
First of all, I would like to put this into the record, Commissioner.
This is a topic of policy.
This isn't, and if your Honor wants to hold it until we get Mr. Viola.
I object to it. There are two reasons. One is it's impossible for me to authenticate this document. Secondly, it's clearly not authentic because it refers to a date when it was adopted, and there's a picture underneath of the Sandy Hook Elementary School course at the Super Bowl, which we all know took place sometime in 2013.
You don't have a copy of the policy. Just it's a policy. Just got the picture of all. We'll just hold this. How about for sake of we'll allow for ID purposes so that the testimony.
I also question relevance.
Oh, let's see what they do.
Please.
All right, we're going to mark this as please. Okay. This is supposed to be on the ID for ID.
ID purposes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we do need to move on kind of from on for 823 and have any days for social you want to not have any.
Yes, thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Halbig.
This document's not just for ID.
Yes, it's ready for the time being.
They haven't asked any questions. Hold on, you'll follow up with this later.
Yes.
You have a good response?
Yes. Newtown Police Chief Kehoe. Mr. Pino.
Mr. President, this is here. Yeah.
One right here.
Sure.
This is a Pino. Yes.
You solemnly and sincerely affirm and say that everything shall be in the case of question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, on the info and triggers.
I do. Chief, your name for the record. Michael Kehoe, I'll spell last name, K-E-H-O-E.
Good afternoon, Chief Kehoe. My name is Attorney Kay Wilson. I represent Mr. Halbig. I just have a few questions for you. Can you state your name and title for the record already? I was looking at some documents. So your title is Chief of Police of the Town of Newtown?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you been the police chief of the city of Newtown?
Since 2001.
Okay. And did you take an oath on taking that job?
Yes.
Okay. Can you remind us of what that oath said?
Follow the laws of the state of Connecticut, the Constitution of the United States of America.
Okay. Has anybody asked you not to discuss the incident of December 14, 2012?
Can you repeat the question?
Has anybody asked you not to discuss the incident of December 14, 2012?
No.
Okay. And so, what is a detailed call for service report?
Not certain of the question.
I'm asking you what a detailed call for service report is. I'm going to show you a document. And let me hand it first to your counsel and give a copy to you. Please give a copy, sir. And Mr. Halbig.
Thank you.
So you see the document that I've referred to, which has the title Detailed Call for Service Report. Chief Kehoe?
Yes.
Okay. So, have you ever seen a document like this before?
Yes.
Is this an official police record?
Yes.
And what does it purport to describe or to report?
It's a call for service report from 12 Dickinson Drive, Newtown, Connecticut. Dispatch time is 12/14/2012 at 093655. And among other information on this document.
I read that as 9:35, but you, where do you see that, sir? 093655? Let's see. Do you have to answer the question, sir?
I'm sorry, what I didn't.
The question was, what is the timestamp for this, or the time for the call that came in?
The dispatch time is 12/14/2012 at 093655.
Where do you see that on the document?
Below the call for service number, line.
Oh, I see, right here. Very good. Okay, and when did that call come in?
Call came at 12/14/2012 at 9:35:43.
Okay, and what was the call type?
Unwanted person.
And what does that mean, sir?
Objection relevant.
Commissioner, I would submit that we're trying to figure out if this is an authentic document, if it purports to be what it actually is, if it's a relevant question because we're not sure that we've really gotten the documents that we've requested.
So the point is you're questioning the authenticity of the document provided?
Well, it purports to be a detailed call for service report for December 14, 2012. And it's on Newtown, and it says 911 caller, 12 Dickinson Drive. And Chief Kehoe has indicated that the call type was unwanted person. So I asked him, what does that mean?
Okay. The generic term that we use from our CAD RMS system, which is a computer-aided dispatch records management system, indicating that this person has not been invited to this particular location.
Okay, thank you. Is there, Your Honor, I'd like to put this into the record.
I
understand what it is.
Does that clarify whether it's an authentic document or not?
Well, I'm not sure. I didn't need further testimony.
So the claim, so
He testified to
this is
this
a document
official
that was
document.
provided in response to your request, right?
It's not a true document.
All right, so may I further want to hear the witness, Your Honor, as to this document? Okay. So, I'm directing your attention to this 911 caller from 12 Dickinson Drive. What was the priority of this particular call?
This particular document says it's a medium priority.
Chief Kehoe, to your best understanding of this series of events and the calls that came into your station, isn't it true that the first caller on this day regarding the 12 Dickinson Drive incident at Sandy Hook in the town of Newtown was that there was a report of shots fired?
Objection.
It's a bit relative of the document at hand.
So it goes to the issue of whether this has been doctored and whether it's the document that we requested.
You brought in, you're asking questions whether this is a relevant document. Now you're saying it's a change.
We don't know.
Well, let's stay focused on the request.
It was a hearing officer trying to suggest. How does your question get to that?
I believe that a document which would have been the detailed call for service report concerning this particular incident would have been a high priority call type involving shots fired. The document we have been given through our FOIA requests indicates that it was a medium priority and that it was for an unwanted person. It calls into question whether or not we have in fact received the documents that we duly requested through the FOIA request process, which is upon appeal and we're directly at issue in this hearing.
I think we're starting to get to the real heart of this matter, which is that this isn't really about the documents. It's about a belief that the events on...
I'm going to object to that testimony by Attorney Frank. This is about the FOIA requests. The motivations behind Mr. Halbig is that he is a concerned citizen, a brave one at that, and that he is, he has, like any citizen of this country, has an opportunity through the Connecticut FOIA laws to request public, non-privileged, non-exempt documents.
And they've been provided.
We don't know that.
You have the document, you just don't believe it.
If you want to continue
It's at odds with the facts as we know them. I'd still like to put this in for the Commissioner's
The fact that we
consideration.
know is that 26 people were killed.
Objection to the testimony of counsel.
You're giving testimony now.
Yeah.
Not sworn in to do so. I think that question was whether you want this put into the record as exhibit showing that.
I do not have an objection if it's being offered as a document that was used in the response to FOIA.
For purposes of it being stipulated that this is a document that you received as a response to the FOIA report.
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you. Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, you do not. My apologies.
It's a list for. I didn't quite hear you.
461. This is the.
46. Yes, this would be. Yes, this is relevant to FIC 2014 461, Attorney Brown. Thank you. Yes. And Your Honor, Attorney Brown, you marked this as exhibit. C. Yes. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I hand you another document for two copies for you and your counsel, Chief Kehoe. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to direct your attention to an unmarked exhibit, Mr. Halbig.
Hold on, Chief.
Same objection. It appears to be a
You're not
CNN
looking-
story.
You're not looking to put this into the record.
Not yet. Okay. Mr. Halbig, are you looking at what I've handed you, which is an unmarked exhibit at this time?
Yes.
Did you read this?
Yes, I did.
And did it in any way give you or any information or belief regarding the security system?
Well, as I introduced myself, I'm a national school safety consultant, and this,
The response is not, the answer is not responsive.
We don't have a
I'm
jury.
gonna have an
It's a
objection,
court of law.
I'm gonna have an objection to this, so.
Okay, she asked the question, you're giving us background of you, I think the question was relating to the topic.
well, it gave me concerns because it gave me concerns because it said that she installed a brand new security
Objection,
system.
you're sick.
The thing.
So, okay, well, then, is it that opposing counsel is denying that there was any security system installed at Sandy Hook before December 14, 2012?
I'm not a witness. This is your request.
Okay.
For some reason, you're under the assumption that we do not supply documents, and we complied entirely with the document request. To the extent that there are documents related to the security system, you have them.
Okay, Mr. Halbig, we turn to you. Mr. Halbig, in part of your request, which was also dated, and we're talking about FIC complaint number 2014-461, and what's been marked as complaint exhibit A. Point number 2 in that FOIA request, did you ask for a copy of the consent agenda and all supporting documents relating to a consent agenda for the Newtown School Board meeting of January 23rd, 2013?
I did.
Did you receive the supporting documents relating to that consent agenda?
I did not.
What would make you believe that there were any additional documents that you should have received?
Because on the board meeting, it should have shown a field trip for the Sandy Hook Elementary School Flyers onto the New Orleans Super Bowl, which they were performing on February the 3rd, 2013.
Okay, and did you see any such items marked in the agenda or in the consent agenda for the Newtown School Board meeting of January 23rd, 2013?
No, I did not.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the same FOIA request, which is dated April 25th, 2014. Item 3, did you ask the Newtown Police Department to provide copies of the Newtown dispatcher call log sheets for December 14, 2012 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
I did.
And did you also ask for copies of all communications for December 14, 2012 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. between the Newtown Police Department and the Connecticut State Police Trooper 1 helicopter?
I did.
Did you receive those?
No, I did not.
Okay. And referring to item 4 on that same FOIA request, did you also ask for the Newtown Police Department for copies of the dash cam video for Newtown Police Lieutenant Cinco for December 14, 2012 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
I did.
Did you receive that?
I got the views for the first time yesterday, but it was not time stamped and it did not have the actual running time, which I've never seen before as a former Florida State Trooper, that they operate cameras like that.
Did you also request in that same FOIA request a copy of the dash cam video for Newtown Police Officer Figola for December 14, 2012 from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.?
I did.
Did you receive that?
They said the document doesn't exist.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Halbig, directing your attention to the same FOIA request dated April 25th, 2014, subparagraph 6. Did you ask for the town to provide the name and contact information of the environmental biohazardous waste removal company contracted by the town of Newtown or subdivision to conduct sanitation and cleanup on or after December 14, 2012 at the Sandy Hook Elementary School premises?
I made that request directly to the Newtown School Board because they would have been responsible for hiring that company to sanitize, and remove all of the biohazards at the Sandy Hook Elementary School.
Did you also ask for a copy of a contract in connection with that request?
I did,
Did you ever receive that?
not at this date.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the same FOIA request dated April 25th, 2014, subparagraph H. Did you request a copy of the sign-in block referred to on the traffic sign posted outside the Newtown Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14, 2012?
I did, I requested that to the police chief because he's in charge of the traffic. I did not.
Did not receive that.
I did not receive that request.
Okay. Okay. Directing your attention to that same FOIA request, Mr. Halbig, dated April 25th, 2014, which is now complainant's Exhibit A. Paragraph 7, you requested, it appears you requested the identity of the person who ordered the porta potties, which were referred to, which were ordered on December 14, 2012, and a copy of the bill for installation for use of the porta potties referred to and ordered for use on December 14, 2012. Did you ever receive that?
No, that's today.
Okay. Your Honor, Attorney Brown, now would like to, I'm going to stop the opposing counsel's opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Halbig.
Questions? I have a couple of questions. Mr. Halbig, before yesterday, did you at any time inspect documents in the town of Newtown?
I have not.
Before yesterday, did you make any effort to go to the police department to review the dash cam videos that you referred to in your testimony?
I did not.
With respect to your document requests, you received responses from the town as to all those requests, didn't you?
No.
In other words, there were certain requests where you were informed that documents do not exist. You agree with that?
I was informed by you that the town is not in possession of those documents that I requested. I didn't request it from the town. I know, but
there are certain documents where you were informed by the town that those documents either are not in possession control of the town, or they do not simply exist.
I didn't ask the town for the documents. Simple answer.
Who did you ask for the documents?
The school board. They're the custodian of records.
Let me rephrase the question.
Go ahead.
Is it a fact, sir, that in response to your request to the school board, you were informed that certain documents either are not in your possession or control, or simply do not exist?
Not from the school board, but from you and the town.
And I represent the school board.
Well, you didn't write that in the letter. You said the town.
Yeah, we have right here.
So you copy it.
You're going to put this in the record?
You copy it.
I've been offered.
Okay. Up to you. Your decision for your cross.
I'd like to offer it and consider.
Do you have any objections to this?
Absolutely not.
to be immersed as respondents exhibit one, something just for both documents, or?
It is. I know, this is for the earlier one, which is, 461, yes. I'm sorry, that's respondents one.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Halbig, I'm showing you what's been marked as respondents exhibit one, which is a letter from me to your attorney, Paul Spinella, correct?
That's correct.
And it's dated June 9th, 2014.
That's correct.
All right, and I'm just going to read the first. Actually, why don't you read the first sentence?
You go ahead.
I'd like you to.
That's the read?
Ask you questions. You can't read it. Let us know.
Okay. The name and address of the contractor who installed the security.
No, the first sentence. This firm represents.
Oh, this firm represents the Newtown Police Department, Board of Education, and First Selectman, collectively referred to herein as the town, in connection with the request dated April 25th, 2014, reportedly under the Connecticut Freedom of Information Act, on behalf of your client, Wolfgang Halbig. You submitted 3 substantially identical requests. The first address to the First Selectman, second address to the board, and the last address to the Newtown Police Department. All 3 town agencies received the request on April 28, 2014.
Go ahead. Next sentence.
The town responds to your request as follows.
Okay, and you agree then that the town is defined as the Newtown Police Department, the Board of Ed, and the First Selectman. First sentence, right?
Well, I would disagree.
It says, sir, the firm represents the Newtown Police Department, Board of Education, and First Selectman, collectively referred to herein as the town.
Yeah, but that's what you're doing it to control the documents. I'm going to the
Did I read that
custodial
correctly?
record.
Did I read that correctly?
I read it, but I'm asking the school
Did
board.
answer my question. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, absolutely.
And if I direct your attention then to number 7 as an example. So what you're requesting here are porta potties ordered from Chatfield Porta Potties of Southbury, Connecticut on December 14, 2012, which is the day of the shooting.
Incident. Correct.
So you're asking for porta potties, records of porta potties ordered on that date. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the town responded to you that does not have responsive documents.
But that can't be true.
But that's how the town responded.